Hey y'all, it's Fabricator General. Just wanted to give y'all a quick rundown of how the tournament's going to work for this year. Let's start with the group draft. Prior to the first round of competition, an offline group draft will be held, and on Saturday, July 9th, those groups will be revealed. 8 groups will randomly select one player from each of the 5 draft pools, which contains players of similar SRC ranking or personal best time. Pictured here is what one round of that draft might look like, with players from one draft pool being distributed amongst the 8 groups. Some accommodations have been made for players with availability limitations. Like last year, the first round of competition will be a group race format. Each of the 8 groups will conduct 3 races that will include all 5 racers. Points will be awarded based on individual finishes, with 4 points for first, 3 points for second, and so on. The top 2 highest scores from each group will advance to the next round. Any tiebreakers will use average race time. Players are then reseeded for round 2 based on their round 1 finish. Round 2 will be a continuation of the group race format. The 16 qualifiers from round 1 will create 4 new groups with 4 players in each group. Players will be seeded based on their scores from round 1. Once again, each group will conduct 3 races, and points will be awarded in those races using the same point scheme from round 1. This time, however, only the group winners will advance to the next round. The final day of competition will see 4 remaining players compete in head-to-head bracket-style racing. Runners will be seeded into matches based on their finishing scores from round 2. Both the semifinals and finals matches will be a best of 3, while the third place match will be a sudden death match or best of 1. Unlike the group rounds, which have a 15-minute time limit, runners in the final rounds will compete until the game is beaten. The winner of the finals match will be crowned the 2022 NRL champion.
Welcome everyone to NRL 2022. The day is finally here, kicking off round 1 group stages, and I am so excited for this. Welcome in everybody. Glad to have you all here for this one. I'm Retrophile TV, and I was supposed to be joined by Perfect Finn. Unfortunately, he'll be joining me tomorrow here, but in the interim here, we're gonna have other wonderful commentators. I'm joined once again by my good friend, my good pal, Pensive Moose. How are you doing?
Doing great, Retrophile. I'm so excited to be here in the booth. This was, not planned, but I'm looking forward to commentating with you. Last weekend went really well. We were super comfortable with each other. I'm excited to be kicking off the very first group. That's really exciting to be doing the first group out of all of them. So looking forward to it. I'm nervous too a little bit because, I am racing as well tonight, but trying to ignore that for now and just focus on what we're about to do, commentate these races.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting. So Pensive Moose will be joining here for the Barbarian group that will be kicking us off here for this wonderful weekend ahead of us. So as you heard during the video here, we're gonna be doing some races for each individual group. The top 2 of each group moves on. Each person gains points respective to where their placing is within those groups and within those races. So today, we're going to be doing the top 4 groups up there for Barbarian, Bomberhead, Massacre, and Kelberos. And then tomorrow in the afternoon, we'll be doing the bottom 4 down there. And that's going to be, both days are going to be super exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing the Barbarian group actually kick things off and set the tone for us here. Pensive Moose then will be going to get ready and prep for their races then. To cap the evening after that, and I'll be joined by the one and only Fabricator General after this group. But let's talk about it, friends. We got 3 races per group, and there's no resets on this one. You go and you see where you place, and you get points. First place gets 4, second gets 3rd, and all the way down. So the perfect score would be 12 points if you won all 3 races. Unlike last year, for those that were tuning in, we don't have wild cards this year. If you want to get into the top 16, you need to get first or second in your group in points by the end of these 3 races. So consistency is king, and we'll see how that goes. Pensive Moose, how are you feeling about this Barbarian group? I think everyone's been looking forward to this one.
Oh yeah, everyone who's paying attention after the draft stream knows that this is a very, very solid group. The PB average was already really, really good, and it only got better last night with Dakota PB with a 12:30. So really a great group, got even better after the night when it first got together. So I'm really looking forward to it. Like I said, not only am I excited to commentate the first group of NRL 2022, I'm so excited that it's this group in particular because it is going to be very good. And speaking of the point system, I'm very excited to see who's going to be able to pull off 12 points because I think, especially for some tier 1 runners, that's going to be very, very possible for them. And so I'm excited to see who's able to pull it off because I think having 12 points out of round 1 is going to be huge because it doesn't matter what your average is, you're going to beat out a lot of other runners who might only get 11 or 10 or whatever. So I'm looking forward to see how the points kind of are spread out amongst the runners.
I believe the safe money for round 1 today, I think KB is a good one to pick. We'll probably be walking away with that pristine 12 points after those 3 races, just from just sheer experience and just being an absolute monster out there overall. But friends, we're going to go ahead and get things switched over to get ready for the race. And we're going to have some people working on the background here to get everyone kind of ready to go on our side. But 3 races, friends, no resets. It's Pensive Moose. I've been electric all day, and I think I'm sure there's other people that are out there. I'm just so excited for this to start. I cannot wait to get the NRL underway.
Me too. I know you've been probably the most excited about anyone I know, and I'm excited too. I'm not as good at showing it as you probably, but I am very, very excited. And this group, we already said, is going to be a really good group. After last night, they all have a PB of at least 12:30, which is just insane. So, Dakota being a tier 5 racer, but having a 12:30 it's just nuts. So this is going to be a very, very competitive group. I know out of all of these racers, Christine probably has the most race experience. I think on race time has about 28 races, somewhere around there. But Dakota, hosting races himself every Friday night, has been doing a lot of race time experience as well recently. So I'm looking forward to see how well he can do just because he's had so much practice put in. And then Steve Zero, Jim Jam, and Twitchy PJ, excited to see them too. I think in general they've been playing a bit less than Dakota and Christine recently, probably. But I know Steve has been derusting. Twitchy PJ was racing with us last night, Friday night, and Jim Jam was also sharing some of his derust stuff too, specifically on Jackio. So looking forward to see how well they do. I know in the draft stream I very much hyped up Jim Jam specifically because he got so good so fast and he was so consistent so fast. And I know he hasn't been probably practicing a huge amount, but he's just good. He's just naturally gifted at speedrunning. He got licensed in like a matter of weeks, and so I'm really looking forward to see how well he does in his races.
And I will say, hands down there, Moose, that in the past week, just the amount of skill increase across the board has just been unbelievable. There's people putting in some serious work, PBs all over the place, and people learning new strats. I'm excited to see what people actually pull out. They can pull out all the stops here for these races.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. And so we talked about like the point system. And so let me ask you, like, what do you think are the odds that someone is able to get 12 points in this group? I know it's a very competitive group, but the reality is Christine's PB is about 10 seconds ahead of Twitchy PJ, and she does have a lot more race experience than PJ for sure. And so what do you think are the odds someone can actually pull out 12 points?
So to get 12 points here, it's not just about being fast and being good. It's being consistent throughout and being able to actually get through the adversity that this game can throw at you in the process. Getting 12 points for anyone, no matter who it is going to be a difficult mountain to climb. Christine has a pretty good shot at it, I'd say. But for some reason, in my mind here, I'm going to make the prediction here that Christine's going to walk away with 11. I think that that PJ may actually end up taking one, possibly, or we may have some other surprises.
Yeah, for sure. I think 11 is a very reasonable guess as well. It is very challenging to get 12, I think. I will say it all depends on how much Twitchy PJ has been practicing as well as the other racers. You're right. Christine is very consistent, And in order to beat her, you better have been practicing. And so we're going to see, I think, very clearly who has been practicing and who maybe hasn't been practicing as much. So it looks like we're getting off
we're
here.
underway.
We see the timer. Yeah, we see the timer over there on the right under Dakota. So chat, you can be aware of roughly where the runners are. It looks like Christine's going to be a bit behind, but I think we may be able to fix that in the broadcast, but I'm not sure. We'll see. And they're all getting off to Act 1, which can be really annoying. It's supposed to be an easy level, but the reality is when you're nervous, it's easy to make mistakes.
Yeah, let's talk a really quick thing. We have a lot of time to talk about the game in general here, but let's talk about just racing in general at this point. The nerves are electric. The adrenaline is pumping, and mistakes can happen, and they can be even more devastating when you're in that moment where your mind can just go blank. There's a lot of psychology behind here that are more than. This is not just a PB attempt. Like, this is not just a run where you can just reset, and you're committed to it no matter what happens. If you die, you game over. You do whatever. You have to see it through, or you're taking that DNF and getting nothing. If you walk away with a 5th place in the race, that's 0 points, and that's going to be really, really hard to come back from. Again, you're shooting for that 1st or 2nd place to make it to the top 16 next weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And so one thing I'm noticing is that everyone here is pretty much together. I know Christine's a bit behind, but she's not actually behind, just a little bit delayed on the actual run. Jim Jam and Dakota are neck and neck, but Steve Zero is not far behind either. And so they're all going pretty fast. I haven't seen any like major mistakes or knockbacks. It's easy. There's five runners here, so it's definitely possible I missed something, but I think they're doing really well. Jim Jam getting a 110 door as well as Dakota, so I can tell from that they're playing really well for them, I would say.
Yeah, Dax, Steve, and Jim Jam pretty much started roughly at the same time. PJ a little bit behind. Obviously, Christine with a big delay there. So we will, again, once the races are all taken care of, we'll throw out what the race time GG times were and kind of verify what we have. But we'll see if there's any major mistakes that come through. We'll keep our eyes out for it. But otherwise, pretty good execution so far on our side. Going into Act 2. Act 1, obviously, like I said, you can get kind of tripped up a little bit and kind of set the tone. We got a couple of bat boosts that got pushed backward on that one, but we're on our way to Bomberhead, watching out for the global timer to throw some unexpected God Hammers at this point. Picking up Spin Slash, making sure that your Ninpo is where it needs to be. There's a few backups you can grab here along the way, but you're going to expect a lot of... Ooh, that was very close there for Steve Zero. Had a God Hammer that came down, but the Spin Slash protected coming into the second boss Bomberhead at this time.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that Steve, Jim Jam, and Dakota are so close right now. I think Dakota took a knockback on the fire wheel. Jim Jam got a clip on the free fall that makes it barely slower than the frame perfect free fall. So his was very fast there. And like I said, Jim Jam is consistent, and so I'm excited to see that he's actually living up to kind of my expectation. And everyone else is doing well so far too, like truly, and nothing major, like no deaths, none of that stuff yet. But let's see if they can get this star throw.
So we know right here that this is really, really even across the board, and we haven't seen any major problems. However, I'm excited to see 3-2. Will we see the bumble tumble, bumble stumble, whatever we have here, the new strat at the end to make this more consistent? I'm going to expect to see a lot of that today. But Moose, what do you think?
Oh yeah, like I fully expect a lot of people to do it because it can be nerve-wracking to jump that cliff because you have to jump really late. If I'm being honest, I'm still going to be jumping the cliff myself because I feel pretty comfortable with it. But when all you lose is a spin, like the time it takes to the Stanley Slash, like it really is a no-brainer for a lot of runners. So I expect a lot of people to do it. And I'm seeing some like minor mishaps here and there in Act 3 too. It is a bit of a tricky stage with a lot of complicated movement. So and Dakota doing the bubble tumble, I see. Yeah, that's right. So let's see how the back.
Oh no, Jim Jam, unfortunately taking the death. That's a super costly one at the end of 3-2. That one's gonna really hurt, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not a little death. That's a huge death. We'll see if he grabs the flame. I know technically he could, but maybe he might opt not to. And there, he doesn't. He skips the flame.
Yeah, he's going over it there. And also X Christine taking the bubble tumble very, very well there. So moving on up here at this point. But Jim Jam got taking another death. The nerves are definitely there. You can see them.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like I said, like Jim Jam hasn't been playing as much recently, but what I expect honestly is for him to get more warmed up after the first race. I think that will happen for everyone here. You get one race out of the way, and I think that can shake off a lot of nerves. So I'm expecting everyone, including Jim Jam, to do better, hopefully, in the coming races.
So we're in 4-1 here with the first long ladder of the two that are in the game here. Pencil Moose, you want to talk about quick climbs and how important those can be about shaving some seconds?
Yeah, they can be really important. I think with this group, I didn't see what people did, but I think Christine may be the only person really doing them. I know Dakota might opt to do them because he's been more of a risky runner, but in general, I think in this group, most lead runners may opt to not do climb. I know Christine tried to do a little bit, but didn't go too crazy with it. I think it's a smart move. And also another strat that's interesting, I saw Dakota wait for the bat at the beginning of 4-2 instead of trying to jump and kill it, because ever so often you can get a really, really weird spawn that can screw you over even if you jump at the right time. So another safe strat that you might see some people do is waiting for that bat.
So looking like on our screen here, Steve Zero and Dak both entering 4-3 pretty well at this point. Christine not too far behind, but again, remember that there is a major delay there from how the start happened. I also will shout out Jim Jam, did a really good job with Basker low percent. No fire wheel required, just did the sword strats, and it was just a very clean kill overall. So good to see that happen.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, genuinely. I've watched him play enough to know that he's just good at figuring things out, and so it doesn't surprise me at all. I'm really kind of curious to see just how close Christine is. Kind of hard to tell. I think we may not know to the very end just how far behind she is, but you know, Dakota's playing pretty well. I saw some mistakes here, some knockbacks and whatnot. Steve Zero seems to be doing really well. I mean, obviously on our screens he is ahead, so you know, obviously he's doing well, but Twitchy PJ I don't think is doing too bad either, and Jim Jam is trying his best to catch up. He's gonna have to play really well and just take advantage of mistakes that these other runners are gonna make. He's gonna have to make no mistakes as much as possible in order to catch up at least to one runner. I think should be his goal right now.
Right, you are, Moose. I mean, really, I'm just watching things in general here that the runners are doing a very good, consistent job. Steve's are taking a god hammer and like a mile-long back boost into the pit. You hate to see it. That's gonna hurt a little bit as well, but Steve's got to pick himself back up. It wasn't the full distance of 5-1, but that's a costly one, and I think that does a little more mental sabotage than anything else.
Oh yeah, and that's just unfair is what it is, you know, and that's the only word I can think of. And I think in his position, he's got to be a little upset, but you can't let it get to you, because the reality is he could still win this race if things go wrong for the other runners. He could easily still win this race, no doubt.
So I want to talk about this real fast. Dak here, based on what we're seeing here, punching above his weight class. I mean, really sticking with PJ, who's the tier 2 runner of this one, with Steve and Jim Jam taking a death right now. Dak right now is looking for a podium finish potentially on this first round, and that's a tier 5 runner in this group. That just shows how competitive this group actually is, and just also shows how brutal this game truly can be, even to those that have run it, you know, multiple times.
Oh, for sure. And anyone who watched the draft stream might remember that Dakota was the #1 person I said might PB in NRL. Unfortunately, he cheated and PB'd the night before. But, you know, he can still PB. Like, his sum of best is actually insane for his level. It's like in the 1x range, I think. So it's pretty good. He's taking a knockback on Janet.
He's having some difficulty with Janet. PJ got the nice boost there.
That's good for PJ. Taking that lead, that saves a lot of time over Dakota. Dakota played it safe and killed Janet on the platform instead of jumping to the ladder, which was really smart by him. Does a really good play. He's low on info. He only has 45, so he's got to do some canceling. Twitchy PJ now, Twitchy PJ now taking the lead, taking advantage of some mistakes by Dakota. That's really good for him.
So PJ right now, I think, would either be in first or second, depending on how Christine's going. Christine, by the way, has really closed the gap, even with that major delay that we have here. So I would say she's definitely within the first 2 spots. We'll have to see what the timers finally say at the end of it here overall. But Dak is definitely looking like a podium run, and Steve and Jim Jam just trying to kind of scrap things out for 4th and 5th. 4th place gets a point, 5th doesn't. So you want to at least try to get something for yourself at the end of this run.
Oh yeah, the difference between that 1 point and 0 points could end up being massive. So you really want to try your best to get 4th place if you can in the end. And Christine, you brought up something really good. They're really smart. Christine, with the delay, is really not that far behind, and so in reality, I think she could easily be winning this race right now for sure, because it was a very long delay, and she is not that far behind PJ and Dakota.
Agreed. And here we are, by the way, we're in the final stage, and this is the crazy thing about Ninja Gaiden, the thing that we all love and both hate, you know, if you watch or run it, is the final boss rush of the 3 bosses. And if you take a death there, it's basically game over at that point. But it's the culmination. You could do everything right and just have a really bad demon and just be sent instantly into last place. So it's never over. Just keep going. Just keep fighting until then.
That's true. And Twitchy PJ took a lot of damage in 6-1. Anyone who runs this game knows that taking damage in 6-1, taking a lot of damage in 6-1 is really scary because you have to do boosts in 6-2 and 6-3. It's easy to take damage in Act 6, and you don't get any health until the end of 6-3. So we're gonna have to watch out for PJ and make sure he doesn't end up dying from taking hits.
Dak going for that jetpack ninja boost to clip up top. Oh wow, Twitchy PJ just getting trolled by the hammers there, unfortunately, having to go through the bottom part. But Dak went for the jetpack ninja boost, did not get it. Unfortunately, that's a bit of a tough clip sometimes to get up in there. But here we are in the Hell Hallway. You're gonna be seeing this one. If you got Spin Slash, it's not too bad. But if you have to go for the low percent strats, that can be really, really harrowing.
Yeah, for sure. And Twitchy PJ lost some time not being able to take that trick where you jump up to the top of the ladder after that hammer bro in 6-2. He accidentally slash canceled the baby shuriken and he had to jump over it, so lost some time there. And Dakota and Twitchy PJ are neck and neck right now, really.
Oh, PJ
Twitchy PJ takes the death. Like I said, you take that damage of 6-1 and it just gets scary. And now he has to do 6-3 low percent. So now it is between Dakota and X Christine. The tier 5 and the tier 1 runner right now are the ones in the league. This is really, really exciting.
So I think with the delay that we saw with Christine, I mean, look at this, like Dak leading the charge. So we've had 3 deaths so far out of this field of 5. So again, Christine and Dak both on there trying their best. Christine having some difficulty with a hammer brother to work through. Dak on his way into the nice little B-fob boost from Dak. Look at that! Look at the tech. Here we go.
Yeah. Dakota is not scared at all. Now, what I will say is that Christine's bosses, she's going to be better at the boss. She's better at the bosses, has more experience than Dakota. So we'll have to see how well they do because she could easily just end up taking the race if Dak doesn't have a good pair of bosses. So let's see how it goes. Nice
B-flop boost from Christine as well. Here we go. Into Jack here for Dak.
Nice 6-hit first cycle. Oh,
we're going to see lots of left side jacks today. That's fine.
Oh, he had a good start, but he's choking it a little bit now. Unfortunately, taking a lot of hits, but he just needs to remain.
This is the race heroes right now. You can't take those hits from Jack. You want to take them from the fireball. Fireball does 1. Jack's body does 3. He's got to watch his health. Okay, he gets Jack down. Very good.
But I think X Christine had a 3.5 cycle, possibly, which is really
Steve
good.
Also taking down Jack.
Steve is right. I did not realize that Steve had caught up. That's crazy. I totally missed that. I was paying too much attention to Dak. Let's see.
We got 4 demons on screen.
Oh, and Dak able to kill the demon very quickly, only taking 4 hits. Steve has to kill the tail, and so does Christine.
Dak may have a really competitive time for this first round. This is going to be pretty unreal. Christine taking down the demon. PJ also, and Steve 0. We got 4 completions. You'll love to see it.
And Steve 0 and Twitchy PJ, they hit 0 at the exact same time. That is crazy. The race admins are going to have.
Oh man, I can't wait to see these times as they roll in. Oh my god. We're going to wait for Jim Jam to wrap up, friends. We'll get the official times then. But this looks really good.
Okay, so word is that X Christine had a 12:32 and Dakota had a 12:43, only 11 seconds behind. So Twitchy PJ is coming in 3rd at 12:49. So again, that's X Christine getting 1st, Dakota getting 2nd, Twitchy PJ getting 3rd, and we're still waiting on the other times. But that is your top 3 right there: X Christine, Dakota, and Twitchy PJ.
Look at the shakeup there, Moose. Freaking tier 5 in 2nd position. Welcome to Ninja Gaiden. Welcome to NRL, friends.
Oh, and I'm sure Dakota is thrilled. I'm sure he's thrilled. Like, I know I would be. Tier 5 runner. People may not be expecting much from you. Getting 2nd in a race against some really good runners, that's just great. You love to see it. I'm super happy for him. And we're going to wait to see who got 4th and 5th. But I think they're having to retime Steve 0 and Twitchy PJ. So Steve 0 got a 12:58. Okay, so Steve 0 and Twitchy PJ weren't as close as it looked on the screen. It looks like Twitchy PJ again had a 12:49, Steve 0 with a 12:58, and Jim Jam finishing out with a 14:04, which honestly is good because although Jim Jam is not going to get any points here, the reality is that your average race time could end up being a big deal. So it's good that he finished the race and didn't get a 15 because that could really bring down your average. So if Jim Jam can show up in the next 2 races, he can still get some good points and have a decent average because he didn't get a 15, which is good. It's good that he finished.
Yeah, everything looking good. Again, folks, to reiterate, we got X Christine taking gold on this one. We got Dak with a silver, Twitchy PJ with a bronze, looking like Steve Zero in fourth and Jim Jam in fifth. So they're pretty much setting the stage and the tone for us. We've already got a shakeup right out of the gate here, and it's you can see that the jitters are there. People are kind of on edge. Mistakes happen. Global Timer does its thing. It's this is Ninja Gaiden being Ninja Gaiden at this point, but this is exactly why this is so exciting to watch in the first place, because you have unpredictable things like this. But hey, Christine on her way to getting that perfect 12 potentially, or the 11 that I predict. Maybe she has a mistake or so, but it looks like she had a pretty solid run throughout.
For sure, and she didn't take any deaths, which is huge. And what I will say, Dakota being 6 seconds ahead of Twitchy PJ, even though Twitchy PJ took a death, which is kind of insane. If I'm Twitchy PJ, he might be a bit shaken up from taking that death, but the reality is, if he finishes that run without dying, he most likely takes second over Dakota. So although he's a bit shaken right now, maybe I would say that if he can just finish without dying, he could easily take second or even first. So he's not in a bad position. Unfortunately, he did take third there, but could definitely do much better in the next two races.
Now, we all look at this and we say that Christine is definitely the favorite of this group that we have here. It's not free. You got to work for it. You got to be consistent about it. But Dak right now, the early Cinderella story potentially can possibly be the one that just like the party crasher here, the tier 5 qualifying as a potential second place person if he can maintain through the next two races. He's got 2 races to make top 16 if that's the case, and we'll just have to see how the story unfolds as we go here, but something to watch, and definitely very exciting overall across the board. This was really great, but hey, we had 3 deaths. We'll see what happens here with the next rounds that we got going up, but this is great. This is a great way to kick off the NRL.
Yeah, and I'm more excited than I was before, and that was very exciting to watch. Some good gameplay for sure, and I think we're ready to bring up the racers again here. I think we've dissected the race enough. I think we're ready for race 2, but like you said, race 2 and race 3 are important, obviously. So I'm looking forward to see just how this plays out.
Okay, I see some people that maybe have come in here a little bit late. Just to kind of reiterate, friends, each group will be getting 3 races. That was the first of 3 races that we have. We're going to be going through. We'll be switching over then to the next groups as we go. The top 4 groups will be going today. The bottom 4 groups then will be going tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Right here at this channel, so definitely be here for that. But we got lots of racing to go on here. This is the second race for the Barbarian group here. Points carry over. Again, you want to try to do your best. Consistency is key above anything else. If Dak simply just doesn't die and just plays as best as he possibly can here, he'll maintain. Because look, there was 3 deaths there for 3 different runners, and he got second place because of it. Him and Christine didn't die, and they came out on top. So if you can play conservatively but also quickly, you will have some success here. Again, consistency being king, but it's hard. This is a mentally taxing game, a mentally taxing run, and it throws a lot of things at you, and you can have to adapt to it. And we've said this before, that anything is faster than dying, and if you do die, anything is faster than dying multiple times at this point.
For sure, that's right. And it's such an obvious thing, but I mean, not dying is just so important. I mean, Dak won because he didn't die. I mean, that's just the facts. And when you were able to do that, that's going to take you far in NRL for sure.
Okay, runners getting the counts at this point. We're going to be seeing the reset here happen here soon, folks. So get ready. Second race coming at you. And here are the resets. Let's go, friends.
Okay, one little knockback for Jim Jam at the beginning of the Three Stooges. And I said in the last race, I'm hoping that they can get more comfortable here. After having done one race, the nerves are hopefully cooled down just a little bit, and they can perform a little bit better this time. I want to keep them more life this time. I think that'd be really cool. It'd be really cool thing to see. More people getting sub 9-12.
So about a 7-second delay from PJ, from the other 3 group, Dak, Jim Jam, and Steve Zero, and about a 17 to 18-second delay from what I think I saw for Christine as well here. So just kind of keep that in the back of your minds as we're watching the race kind of unfold here. But Moose, how do you think the runner's going to be feeling after that first race?
Well, it probably depends on how they did the first one, if I'm being honest. Like, I think all of them are going to feel more comfortable because they got the first race over. But if you took a death in the first race, it might really affect your mental for sure. And I think Dak might be feeling more confident having not taken a death. But we'll see. I just know how I would feel. I would feel more comfortable, but also if I had taken a death, it would be somewhat hard for me to kind of push that aside and to focus on this race. But I hope that they're able to do that. Just kind of forget about the first race and continue to play well. I know last race we had some really clean twos, so I'm looking to see if that happens again. There was no deaths until Act maybe something like Act 4. I forget Act 4. Act 4 was the first death. No, Act 3. Sorry, Act 3 was the first.
We had
death.
an Act 3 where Jim Jam unfortunately took the long death at the end of 3-2 right before Basker's door.
That's right, and so we'll see if we can extend the first death, or maybe have no deaths. That would obviously be the best scenario. But I'd like to see them go as far as possible. Oh, Steve Zero!
Nice read there from Steve.
Yeah, that was great. That was really impressive, and that shows you experience. When people are doing things like that, they've been playing the game for a while and they know how to dodge those hammers. That's really good by Steve for sure. That changed a lot for him. I mean, it could have been really bad if he had died, obviously.
That was a nice little John Woo dodge. Like he saw that hammer in slow motion, was able to do that little shimmy to have minimal time loss and avoid the knockback into the pit. Really nice situational awareness from Steve Zero on that one. Very nice to see that. Just a thing of beauty.
Yeah, for sure. And Dakota missing the bat boost once, had to go back and reset it up. Besides that, doing pretty well. I think Twitchy PJ, because of delay, is actually behind Dakota. So since they are neck and neck, Twitchy PJ is actually a little bit ahead. We have Steve Zero and Jim Jam finishing first. These were a little closer, I think, after the first race. So this is interesting. Oh, and Jim Jam accidentally killing the lanyard instead of the enemy. I'm forgetting his name. Sorry, but he had to finish him off with a couple of slices there.
That's Bomberhead, my friend.
That's right, thank you. I've been running this game for how many years, and I can't remember off the top of my head. But Steve Zero now going to be pulling ahead of Jim Jam just a little bit because of that mistake, and able to get the star throw. Let's see. I don't want to see any missing star throws. I think I know it's kind of scary and it's easy to miss, but we see all four of these first runners getting the star throw, which is good. I would expect Christine to get it, having played for a little bit longer. I think she'll be fine, but no death in Act 3. That's what I'm looking for. Let's get it.
So I'm going to point this out. Nice little firewheel strat from PJ there to kind of clear things out with that mummy or that hammer bro in that section. Very nice, very clean. I'm kind of curious to see. I love seeing like variation in strats. Also, PJ getting cottage cheese sword twice, just whiffing through that guy. That's a really tough one. That was very common. Just swinging the sword and it doing nothing. Moose, can you elaborate more on the cottage cheese sword, or why the sword is not exactly as reliable as you want it to be in this game?
Yeah. So every gonna remember just how many pixels it is, but every so often in the screen there is a pixel, and if Ryu is on that pixel, the sword literally does not work, and that's part of the game's code. And part of the reason for that is they were worried that when they loaded more of the game, if they also had to load the sword, the game wouldn't be able to handle it. And so they made the sword literally not work on pixels, and those pixels are the same every run, so you can get used to it and adapt to those cottage cheese areas, but it's still basically in a race when things are going differently than like you might expect. It can be easy to like find new cottage cheese pixels, or to get ones that you haven't found before. Like, it's crazy. And so it's literally part of the game, the way they made it, and it's unfortunate for speedrunners. And a casual playthrough is probably not a big deal, but yeah, it sucks for us for sure. And Christine almost died on Massacre, only having a few health, but it was able to make it through and getting knocked back twice here.
That's a scary one. Either if you have a cottage cheese sword, or if you get hit by a hammer in that one, you get like that bird as just salt in the wound to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And
PJ taking a death. PJ took a death in 4-1.
Oh no, that's not good. It's definitely behind everyone now. It's gonna have to fight back in order to not get last year. Christine taking 2 knockbacks again. I think took 4 knockbacks in total in 4-1. That's about 4 seconds at least from knockback, which is not very good. But I think she's still in a good position, to be honest. I think she's gonna have a better chance of being consistent. But I'm looking for a PJ to hopefully come back. I know the death is brutal, but if the other runners also die in Act 5 and he plays well, he could definitely catch up. So let's keep an eye on that, even though he is behind.
So PJ was flirting with death there as well, went for the bat boost on the top route, got boosted back, but got lucky enough to actually latch onto the wall and was able to go to the low route. So that's a kind of a touchy and very tight boost. I know some people within a race setting will just opt to go for the low route outright rather than go for that top boost.
Absolutely. And you want to know something? That boost only saves like 0.4 seconds. And if you die, you lose 20. So
yeah,
it's
exactly.
really...
So this versus reward here.
It's so, and like, you're only going to die one time out of 50 maybe, but man, is it really worth the risk? Like, probably not. So it's definitely a scary thing. I think a lot of people will skip. You'll see in NRL, a lot of people will skip that boost for sure.
So right now, Steve Zero, the first one to get into Kelberos, Dak not too far behind. Jim Jam also right there with Christine with that 17 or 18 second delay. Also got to be close, but now PJ's got to fight back. But I will say that PJ did take a death in the previous race and fought back to take third place. So definitely no stranger to adapting and overcoming and persevering.
So I got a text from someone in the community who's watching, so that Twitchy PJ died twice and we missed it. So I think,
wow.
Yeah, I missed that. So thank you. I'm going to say Lane. Lane was the one who just texted me and told me that we missed that. So thanks, Lane. But now three of the runners are in Act 4. And of course, Twitchy PJ being a bit behind. Considering that PJ died twice, it's interesting that he's not too far behind. I mean, I know he is quite a bit of ways, but if he had died twice, I'd expect him to be further behind. So again, he still had the chance to make it back. If people die, Twitchy PJ could make it back with a clean Act 5 here. So let's look forward to that. Let's look forward to him making a comeback. That'd be great to see.
Yeah, he's definitely not out of it yet, because there's still a lot to go. And again, friends, you have that scary ending of the game that's the great equalizer that you have to complete the run. You can't put the gold medal around your neck until that demon is dead. And we are into 5-2, which to me, this is actually 5-2 and 5-3 are extremely stressful stages. They don't look that bad at times, but there are just certain sections where it's just absolutely scary the entire time through.
Oh, absolutely. And in my opinion, Act 5-2 is objectively the worst place to die in this run, because then you have to go through 5-2 and 5-3 low percent, which is not easy. Even if you know what you're doing, it can be difficult. And if you don't know what you're doing, then yeah, it's going to be super, super hard. So it's a very bad place to die. You want to do your best to not die. I think Janet Boost might be the easiest place to die, in my opinion. But almost everyone's gotten past that, which is good. Christine now just getting into 5-3. Herself. So
one thing I'm going to note real fast, Steve Zero, very, very aware and also very hesitant, I'll say, about any sort of those hammer bros that can possibly knock you back. He's kind of taking a step back, assessing what's going on before actually continuing on. And I've saw him do that for a couple of hammer bros now at this point. So definitely trying to keep eyes on that global timer. And I know we haven't really talked much about that, but long story short, friends, if you don't know, it's basically as soon as this thing powers on, the global timer starts and counts from what 0 to 255, and that basically influences the RNG of everything. And you will see some very, very weird patterns happen. And I guess he's trying to be mindful of that. Hey, Malt is down. We're moving to stage 6. Jim Jam, Dakota, and Steve Zero.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're right, pretty much neck and neck. X15, again with the delay, is probably ahead of them right now. But all four of these runners are pretty much neck and neck. So that's the thing about racing, is that if you make one small mistake in Act 6, that could be enough for you to lose a spot at the end. And so let's see just how clean these runners can play. That's going to change. And Twitchy PJ, not having Ninpo going into Malt, is going to lose even more time going to low percent Malt.
Now there is a backup 5-po beyond those two Silver Surfers at the top there that you can kind of get to if you want to. He had Spin Slash, just didn't have the Ninpo for it. And I don't know, he's just kind of hanging around, 1 health. You just gotta slash at the knees there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you haven't practiced a low percent Malt kill, and you don't know that if you mash slash, you could miss inputs. You actually have to time it. It's a bit like Contra in that way, where you actually have to time your mash. You can't just mash discriminately. If you don't know that, you're going to lose time. And he almost died there, 1 health at the end. But it was
very scary. Yeah, there's definitely there's a rhythm to the sword slash. You can't just go in there and go ham and spam the B button and hope for the best. That's not going to work out for you. But Steve Zero looks like he's leading the charge. Dak 0-2 for the jetpack boost. I'm sure he's going to go back and review the tape and try to dial that one in here. But Steve entering 6-3 alongside Jim Jam. By the way, I love the fact that Jim Jam dialed this back in, was able to gather themselves, and Steve too, gather themselves back and pick themselves up for race 2. Very good to see that.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like Jim Jam and Steve are not interested in doing the bat boost. Unless I missed something, they look like they climb up the left side instead of going for that traditional bat boost in 6-3, which is interesting. Not a terribly difficult trick. If you miss the bat, you can always just jump into it if it goes past you, but they opted not to go for it. So, and it looks like Steve Zero is a bit in the lead. X Christine with a delay is probably actually in the lead here. But again, like these players, they managed not to die.
Christine getting
look at that.
Spicy pickle, but did not save the time though because of the climb, unfortunately, because that second warrior spawn there. But still nice to see that overall.
Yeah, pretty swaggy. And Christine went for the normal B-fob, but got the Midnight Gremlin, which forces you to go for fast B-fob, and she was not ready for that. That's crazy. She got unlucky there, and they'll lose a lot of time.
Health is a big concern. Okay, got one hit left. Very good.
She was probably in the lead, but after that hiccup with the Midnight Gremlin, she may not be in the lead. Let's see. Steve Zero is going to kill Jackie on 3 cycles, it looks like.
Very nice.
Very fast kill. Very good Jackie kill. Steve showing his experience and poise and getting the fast 3-cycle Jackie. That is great for him. He might actually win this race here.
Here he goes into the Demon.
Don't die in Demon.
Here we go.
Not going for the tail kill. Oh, he's got it. Steve's got it here.
Come on, baby, let's go. Getting knocked inward, getting in the heart. Oh, he's taking the death on the demon. No!
That's so sad. He had and just 1 health left. He couldn't quite get it. The shrimp got him there at the end. That is so sad.
I can't believe it.
It's the demon, man. It's demonic. It just gets you every time. You think you're gonna get it. 3 hits left. Oh, I got this, and all of a sudden there's a shrimp in your face, and you are back in 6-1. That is so unfortunate.
What we're seeing here, what Christine had about a 17-second delay, was definitely I think is going to take first on this one. Now that Steve took that, unfortunately, Jim Jam though looking like taking second place. Here goes Dakota.
I think you're right. Twitchy PJ, only 1 health left at the end of Jackie, managing to get through, and Dakota is going to kill the tail here. It's down to 4 health and hasn't hit the demon at all. Okay.
Nice job. Very good from Dak. Dak looking like he's going to be securing 3rd position from what I can tell. PJ looking at 4th. Steve Zero making the march back up there. Oh, man, my heart breaks, but there it is on full display, friends. It ain't over till it's over. Ninja Gaiden doing Ninja Gaiden things.
Absolutely. I think Steve may be taking a DNF here, opting not to finish. Right. Which if you're going to get a 15-minute time, then it may not be worth it anyways. But if you can get anything faster than 15 minutes, that's better. So just remember, chat, that if you get to 15 minutes, so the race ends there, and you take 15 minutes on your record, we're not having any times longer than 15 minutes, just to allow for the rounds to go as quickly as possible. So, but that was a great race. Again, so sad that Steve had to die there, but to see Jim Jam clutch it out for not doing well the first race is really good to see. I'm very happy that he was able to do much better.
Okay, we have our tentative results here that came back in. X Christine taking first with a 12:28 on that one. Looking like Jim Jam getting the 2nd position. What a comeback on that one from just a complete 180 from the first race there. Jim Jam doing a great job getting a 12:45 for 2nd. Dak looking like 3rd position. Yeah, with a 13:16. Twitchy P going to 4th with a 13:23. And unfortunately, Steve leading the charge, but taking the DNF at the last second of this one. But X Christine up to 8 points then, tentatively speaking. Dak still in the hunt for 2nd position also.
Yeah, that's true. So it looks like Dak is going to have 5 points, so he is definitely in 2nd right now, with Twitchy PJ having 3, and then Jim Jam having 3 as well. So Twitchy PJ and Jim Jam both have 3, but they're going to have to catch up to Dak, who has 5 right now. So he's 2 points ahead of them.
That's a good buffer.
if Dak can get third in this next race, there's a good chance that he's through. I think Dak should just go for third here. There's a pretty good shot that he will actually make it through. But let's see what happens. We talked about Christine maybe getting 12. Both you and I said probably 11, but I mean, no one's really gotten close. I know in the first race, 11 seconds behind Christine was second, and now 17 seconds behind Christine was the person in second. So we'll see if no one can upset Christine, because so far they have not been able to do it, and Christine might end up with 12 points here.
There were some very scary moments there for Christine. I kind of wonder how the narrative would have played out if Steve Zera did kill the demon there. How close would it have been at that point? That was definitely a heartbreaker. So much has happened already, Moose, in the first 2 races of NRL, just across the board. Upsets, deaths, mistakes, surprises, improv, god hammers, deaths to the demon. Like, we're seeing it all so quickly of other things to come. Christine doing a great job, though, maintaining it as best as possible. Has a chance at getting that perfect 12 to start things off. And Dak in the hunt for second position has a small buffer here going into the third race, which we'll be getting together here momentarily, folks. Moose, I'm on the edge of my seat already. And this is just the first group today.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm so excited. This makes me, believe it or not, it kind of calms me down for my own races a bit. I think maybe when I get off comms, maybe I'll get nervous again. But just watching them, how they play, it makes me feel better, because I think I could probably match some of these times, and so I think it makes me feel like, okay, like I can do this, I can play just as well as this, and I think maybe even better. So I'm looking forward to my own races for sure. I just happened to see the performances here. Christine getting a ninja license time that race, which we didn't point out. And like I said, I would love to see people get ninja license time. Dakota having a 12:30, not quite ninja license, but if you know how crazy this would be if all 5 ninjas got ninja license this last race. I think there's no other group that could pull that off, and it would be so hype. I think that would be really exciting. And you know what? Let's just call it. 5 ninja license runs this third race. Let's get it done. That would be so hype.
So here's the thing, Moose. We now have 2 races in the books. They know this is the final race going into it at this point. You have to look back, and you have to see where you faltered, where your trouble spots are, and kind of dial that in, or take things a little more conservatively and go for that consistency if you can. You may have to sacrifice a second or 2, but again, the golden rule: anything is faster than dying in Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, for sure. And something that I guess we haven't pointed out maybe is that Dakota has been playing a little bit more risky on at least a couple of things. Again, going for jetpack boosts a couple of times. That is a very, very easy trick to die on. And so I hope it doesn't bite him this third race, and that he's able to pull it off, either pull off a jetpack boost or again, just not die to it would be, convenient. But Dakota's done well so far, but again, if he's not more careful, he could end up just kind of blowing it and not getting a podium finish here. But I hope he does well for sure, obviously.
Right, you are. I'm very excited. We're gonna have the next race here underway shortly. And again, we're expect the similar delays here, where we're going to have Steve, Jim Jam, and Dakota pretty much on even footing. Twitchy PJ will be about a 7-second delay, and then we're looking at Christine about 17 to 20 seconds behind from what we're seeing here. But I'm very excited. The final race of the Barbarian. We'll have the first group in the books, but this is only one group of 4 tonight, friends. We have 9 more races to go through this evening, and anything can happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night, and I how you're going to do it, Retrofile, commentating all 12 races.
I'm ready, baby. I'm ready to do this. And speaking of ready, we're about ready to get things started here momentarily. I can't wait.
Me too. I'm really excited to see how this plays out. I think at this point, I don't want to go through the numbers maybe, but I'm pretty sure that X Christine is guaranteed to make it through the second round, probably. I haven't really looked at it or thought about it, but I'm pretty sure that she is guaranteed to make it to round 2. So the rest of these runners are going to be battling for that coveted second spot in round 2 here.
Yeah, the second spot definitely up for grabs, or potentially, well, let's see. If she took, honestly, let's think about this here hypothetically. If Dak took first and Christine took 5th, Dak could win the Barbarian group and take first.
Yeah, I think it might be tied at that point because he has 5. No, he would get 9. You're right. You're right.
He'd be at 9, and Christine would have 8. Right. So that would be your first 2 spots right then and there for what we're looking at. But that's the big thing. That's crazy to think that a tier 5 could win out a group if Ninja Gaiden, does more Ninja Gaiden things. No one's immune. It can happen. And if you're trying to go fast, especially even more so. But speaking about going fast, Act 1 already done in the books. We're going to see if we have any other problems to deal with. Obviously, PJ going to be a little bit skittish about stage 4 if taking those 2 deaths. One of them that we caught. That one's gonna be pretty rough, but PJ definitely showing how fast they can be. Even with the deaths, it barely slows them down. And I can only imagine what a run would be if they were just completely, pristine throughout.
Yeah, that's true. And what I'll point out here is that I think Twitchy PJ and Jim Jam are in a better position to grab that second spot into round 2. But in order to do that, they have to hope that Dakota does not play well. If Dakota gets 3rd, Jim Jam or PJ gets 2nd, I believe Dakota will still beat them out just because he's gotten podium 2 times in a row. So that's the thing about races. You got to play well, but more importantly, you have to play well when your opponent doesn't play well. If your opponent is not playing well, you have to take advantage of that. Now, obviously, you probably don't know they're not playing well, but the thing is, you just have to play well as much as possible, and hopefully, when your opponent does poorly, you do much better than they're able to upset them.
That's the thing there, Moose. You kind of have you can only control your own destiny. You can't account for what Ninja Gaiden's going to do for 4 other people and trying to adjust accordingly. But going into this, you're going to know tentatively what your points are going to be. Dak has a nice cushion to work with here, looking to qualify. Yeah, possibly can't dethrone Christine in the top spot right now since she won back-to-back. But in the hunt for that second position to make it to the top 16. Again, friends, we got 4 groups. If you finish 1st and 2nd, you'll be moving on to the top 16 next weekend. And that's what we're kind of gunning for here. And Dak is the dark horse. The Cinderella story has a chance at possibly doing it. And here we go into Act 3 already. Let's keep our eyes on this one to see how things turn out. But Moose, I know that you're only around for the first group and you're going to be getting ready for your own races later on this evening. But you've now seen it. These aren't PB attempts. These are races, and that's a whole different mindset.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess what I'm most interested in seeing is my fellow Tier 1 runner, X Christine. Having a sub 12, but just getting around 12:30s or 12.2x in her races. And so I think, that gives me perspective and just understanding, like, what's possible. Because Christine, obviously being Tier 1, is on my level in the NRL, and so I'm scouting, so to speak, just watching to see how she does and what I might be capable of based on what she is doing. So it's definitely interesting to see. It makes me more excited for what I might be able to do. And X Christine setting up the double bird boost. I don't think anyone's gotten that yet. I haven't really seen, but I think she's gonna get it here. Yes, and she's able to do it, which saves like a quarter of a second, something like that. So, every little second matters, I would say, even in the race. She's going for the Bumble Tumble. Oh, messing up the setup on the Bumble Tumble. Let's see what she does. Okay, plays it safe, gets rid of the birds. She does a little pause there.
A little pause there, but everyone else making through. So we're through stage 3 deathless at this point. Everyone kind of doing pretty decent against Massacre. But right now, between the 3 that are synced up, Dak, Steve Zero, and Jim Jam, Dak out in front, putting themselves in that position. If he can finish midfield and get 3rd, I think he locks in 2nd for the group overall.
That's right, I think he does. And Twitchy PJ was mere frames away from getting Godhammered, but was able to make it through with no death. Let's see what X Christine gets here. Okay, so everyone made it through, no Godhammers. That's very good. Love to see it.
PJ taking that low route again. Got to be some haunted moments coming from that one. Christine also going low route, but getting a bullet, taking a death. There it is. That's Christine's first death.
That tricky bullet. That bullet is not always there. I don't know if she's freaked out or didn't even see it, but that bullet gets you, and when it comes, you have to be ready to spin slash. And she was not. See, the bullet is not there this time, but it was there before and knocked her right into the pit. That is like a 22-second time, 25, somewhere around there. So that's huge.
What you're saying is, with that bullet basically equalized the stream. Basically, Christine is now back on pace with what we're seeing here. If I'm being honest,
that's true. With the delay, she is now probably like right on pace with him. So that's pretty convenient, I guess, but unfortunate for her, obviously, taking that death. That is,
Yeah,
if that bullet shows up, I'm almost just taking the bat boost, because I know it's easy to spin the bullet and then you can figure out how to deal with it, but it's also a little tricky and annoying to have to do that. With Steve Zero taking a big fall down, that's going to be a big time loss compared to these other runners who I think made it up problem.
Now, I'm scared to do this because everyone believes in the curse of the commentator, but I have to say this from a statistics standpoint. 4 out of the 5 runners have taken a death within these 3 races. Dakota is the only one that has not died, to my knowledge, so far.
That is true. You're 100% right about that, and that's the thing. He's gonna make it out of round 1 because he didn't die. If he ends up not dying, of course. I don't want to curse him like you said, but I hope he doesn't. Obviously, I think it'd be really cool if the tier 5 runner, is the only person that doesn't die. That would be so cool to see. And he's, like I said, he's been doing a lot of races recently. Every Friday he hosts races in his Discord, so I'd like to think that maybe that has helped him somewhat.
All right, into stage 5. Dak leading the charge on this one, but Steve Zero, Jim Jam, and PJ hot on his trail here. Christine going to be going into Kelbros here momentarily as well. And I'm sorry, chat. I saw people erupt about that one. I have to point it out just to kind of keep things out there, but I'm hoping for the best here as much as you guys are. It's quite the moment, but here we go into 5-2. We'll see what happens. Christine wrapping up Kelbros, going to go into stage 5 as well.
Yeah, and I might have lost track of some of the delays here. I know Christine's was roughly 20 seconds behind, but it looks like Dakota is definitely in the lead. Oh, and Twitchy PJ getting knocked down and taking a death.
Oh man! So
at this point, Dakota is in a great position to get 3rd at worst, which would just be perfect for him. So let's see if he's able to do just that.
Oh, he's definitely not looking back at this point. Just kind of charging ahead as best as possible. We got Steve and Jim Jam also in 5-2. And here we go, Dak going up and over. Nice little spin slash to take care of it. Getting onto the Janet boost and going over top and not getting touched.
That's fine. That's good. And if he had gotten hit once there, that would have been okay. But if you get knocked back by Janet, you do not want to take another hit. That is 6 hits if you get hit by Janet twice. So let's see if Steve Zero is able to do it cleanly. And
nice moves from Steve.
Very nice.
Oh, PJ getting trolled by the hammer, but getting 2 hits there. Getting knocked back, knocked around. Just insult to injury on that side. But here we are in 5-3.
Twitchy PJ died again because he died a bit ago. It was just now at the beginning. He might have died again. We might have missed it. Now Christine is ahead of him. She's only died once, so I think PJ might have taken another death.
Something to point out here, Dakota had to reset for that SP boost there, where you take that boost off the soldier into the loading zone there, where Jim Jam kind of went through. So making up some ground here, Jim Jam scrapping back.
Yeah, for sure. And with delays between streams, they could be closer than we think. But for sure, as we can see here, Jim Jam is not far behind. All it takes is one death from, jetpack boost or whatever from Dakota, and Steve or Jim Jam, I think, could end up upsetting him here, even though he has the lead.
So with Christine and Twitchy PJ taking their respective deaths at this point, I would say that pretty much any delay that we have on stream is pretty much lined up fairly nicely for the viewers at this point as we go into Act 6. Steve Zero wrapping things up. And I'm going to point this out. Steve Zero has been bothered by hammers all day. The final hammer bro there at the end of 5-3 just chucking at him with homing hammers, unfortunately. I feel so bad for Steve.
Yeah, I know. It's unfair. And just in my own casual no resets, whenever that happens, I start fuming. It's so unfair, but you have to make the best of it.
So chat is saying right now that Dak is -7 going to Act 6. Holy, can we get a ninja license? Let's see it happen, folks.
Hope so. And he's not going for the choke wall, opting to take the safe route up the platform, so that's good. I don't know if he normally does choke wall, to be honest, but it seems like something he would do. And getting some climbs in here, fell down a little bit there, but not a huge time loss. This is exciting. If he doesn't take a death, I think he could definitely pull it off, so let's see.
Oh boy, here we go.
And I got word from the broadcast staff that Twitchy PJ did in fact die in the same place in 5-1. So he died twice in the same spot, which is just brutal, just totally brutal for that to happen.
Dak first into 6-3.
Dak is killing it. He's killing it. He really is.
My heart rate is so elevated just watching this at this point, and I'm on complete edge at this point. Again, if Dak can do this at this point, and if Christine somehow gets last, but we'll see right now. Well,
no!
You got PJ.
No,
there it is. Unfortunately, come on, Dak. I'm so sorry.
Oh, your fault, Retrophile. He died. He didn't quite set up the bird boost right. I didn't see exactly what happened, but I saw as soon as he jumped, there's no way he was going to make it. Getting it this time, but oh man, that's the worst. So now Jim Jam is a little bit ahead. Steve Zero is right with Dak right now. To be honest, Dak could still win. It just depends on Dakio and Demon. It really does. He could definitely still win here. Let's see what Jim Jam's able to do in the boss fights.
Dak's still in the hunt, by the way, looking still like pretty decent as far as for getting qualifying position in first or second. But Jim Jam, the first one into the clown nose, Dak's gonna have to mash this one out.
Oh yeah, he is. I think, and Dak has a really good mash. Unfortunately, he has to mash the clown nose, but he could catch up to Jim Jam if Jim Jam doesn't pull out a decent Jack move here. Jim Jam getting 4 hits on the first cycle. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Also, could have been a 3, pretty close to a 3, and able to get the 4. That's huge for Jim Jam here. Okay, let's see. I don't want to see any deaths to the Demon.
Come on now, let's do it.
It was too emotional the first time. I don't want to see it again. Like, come on, Jim Jam, you got this. I dodged the head a little bit there. Not going the tail. He's doing good though. He's got it.
Uh-oh. He clutches it out. Nice job. And look at Dak jump roping. Beautiful kill.
That was a great kill.
That's going to be close.
Yeah, it could be close. It really could be. Dak, again, the mash. I said his mash is better. He could catch up. He might have caught up on the Demon there. We'll have to see. Steve Darrell able to not die this time, which is, obviously really good for him. Christine trying to get through the Demon here. Might try to play it safe. Oh no, jump strokes the tail a little bit. I think she was going to be okay here. Just one hit, get it.
And there it is.
Very close there, but
based on what I can guess here, it's possible that Christine may be taking 4th in this one here, but getting a point. So that could be a tie between the two. That's going to come down to those averages with Christine edging Dak out on this one. But this is insane. This is absolutely insane.
It's nuts. It's nuts. Oh man, this is exciting. I think so. If Christine is 4th and Dak is 1st, does that mean they tied, right? That's what you just said, right? I think that means that they tied, because Dakota is going to be up to 9 points.
Okay, all right.
And Christine, who has 8, got 1 point, being 4th.
Yeah.
So I think they're tied here. If Christine gets 4th, we don't know. I think Christine got 4th here, and Dak, I'm pretty sure. Well, Dak may have not gone 1st. Okay,
it looks like Jim Jam has 1229. And I don't think with that death, even with Dak being on PB pace, is going to be able to get a sub 1230. So I think Jim Jam may have taken the lead on this one, on this race. We'll see. Right. We're waiting for the actual results. But all of our runners did make it through this time, and that is the final race for the Barbarian.
Some people in chat are saying Dak got 1229 live split, but let's see what the Wraith admin are telling us here. It's gonna be close. If Dak got a 1229 with the death, I would bow down. I would be so impressed.
Oh my God. Okay.
Use your license with a death.
Okay, friends. I'm being told by our race admins the standings are Jim Jam in 1st with a 1226. Dakota in 2nd with a new PB and ninja license of 1229 in the race, getting 2nd position. Steve with a 1238 in 3rd, rounding at the podium. Christine in 4th with a 1245. Twitchy Pete, wait, 1242. Wait a minute, hold on a second. We need confirmation. Hold on a second here. But wow. So I'm looking through the numbers that we were given here. So based on that, it's possible Christine got less. I'm not sure. Hold on, we're going to verify. Okay, Twitch. Okay, we had a typo. 1342 for Twitchy PJ at that point. So yeah, so Twitch PJ getting fifth on that one, but Dak ninja license with a death in the race, and also getting second position on that one, finishing the podium all 3 times. Tier 5 runner moving on in the Barbarian group.
That is insane. Chat, I cannot emphasize how crazy it is that Dak just got a 12.9 with a death. 6-3. I can't even. He must have lost like, I don't even know, like 20 seconds? I don't know. Maybe not 20, 15. I don't know. Something in the 10s. Somewhere between 10 and 20 seconds he lost from that death. Had to go through low percent and math the clown knows, so just so much time
exactly,
lost.
and still getting that. That is unbelievable. Unfreaking believable.
Yeah. That was a 12-1x pace. There's no doubt in my mind. It must have been. Like, having lost that much time, still being a 12.9, that was absolutely 12-1x pace. Was able to clutch it out with a death, get the ninja license, and we called it. We said that Dak could easily beat it, and it looks like it just happened before our very eyes in the first round. And this first round is so hype. A lot of the other rounds have a lot to live up to after what just happened before our eyes.
What a way to kick things off. We were calling it here that the Barbarian group was going to be something special, and this is these 3 races have had everything already.
What's up, guys?
I love it. I'm so proud of all 5 runners for putting on one hell of a show for us and really kicking things off. And we got 3 more groups left to go, friends, and yourself, Moose, will be competing here at the end of the evening as well.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Right, and here are the final results here. Jim Jam, like we said, first. Steve Zero getting second. I don't think that's right. I think it should be Dak getting second, and then Steve Zero, and then X Christine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I think that means that Christine is going to end up with 4 + 4 + 1, which is 9 points. And Dakota is going to have 3 + 2 + 3, which is 8 points. So 8 points right behind X Christine's 9. So as you said, and it's getting fixed in the top right, Dakota, the tier 5 runner, getting in second in his group, with X Christine getting first as a tier 1. I just don't see that happening in any other group. It had to be this group where we had a crazy upset with a tier 5 runner getting second. That is insane. I'm so proud of that. He should be so proud of himself. And wow, that is just so hype. So
yeah,
cool.
that's unreal. Christine definitely was a favorite going into this, and not even getting into the double digits on this one, just from a death here that happened at the end, it looked like. But Dak, the tier 5 hero, ninja license in the final race of the group stage of NRL with a death in front of everybody and clutching the second position. Christine and Dak, your first 2 to make top 16, moving on to next weekend. Moose, I'm so freaking excited for this. I can't believe it. What a great job by both of those runners and everyone in this one. What a great job across the board.
For sure. And I want to shout out the other runners. I think they did a really good job. A lot of the times the runners were neck and neck. And so no one had like a huge, unless a death happened, no one had a huge lead. And so everyone on an equal playing fields here, I think just played really well. Very happy to see Jim Jam come back from that first race and do much better in the second race. Again, Jim Jam, being a tier 4 runner, got second place in the second race. And that's just really good to see. It's good to see the lower tier runners show up and can play so well. And again, mentioning how I wanted everyone to get a license time, we had 2 in the third race, which is good. Steve Zero, coming back from having died to the demon, which is just so brutal, just able to push that aside and to be able to get a third place in a third race is good. And also getting 4th in the first one is good as well. And I think Twitchy PJ might be very disappointed in how he played, but I want to just throw some support out there. I know Twitchy PJ is a very good player. Just got so good so fast doing normal runs, and I know that a lot of people don't have racing experience, so it can really get to you, but I want to encourage him and everyone else that the results you get here on NRL don't necessarily reflect your skill, and I want to encourage him and others just to continue playing the game after NRL, for sure.
Agreed. And I just want to highlight here real fast that Jim Jam And both Jim Jam and Steve, just a nice redemption story that was told here within these races. But Jim Jam having a really difficult run out of the gate there, taking last in the first race, but winning the third race. That's almost unheard of. That's amazing to see how that turned out in such a way. What a great job from Jim Jam to just claw their way up to going from last in the first race to second and then first. Just absolutely a dominant job from then on, even with the amount of challenge they had to overcome. Steve obviously having that heartbreaking death to the demon. I really would have wondered how things would have turned out timing wise if he would have been able to survive that one, but still being able to shrug that off and still get a third position on that very, very difficult and competitive third race. I mean, these are some nice narratives here across the board. Obviously, Christine doing a great job getting those 2 first place to start things off, and she needed it. I mean, really, if things had gone any differently for her, that third race, that mistake could have been the nail in the coffin, because look how tight and competitive this whole group was at this point. Like, it's just a whole group of killers just all going for it and putting on one hell of a show for us, Moose.
Absolutely. And so one thing I want to point out, I didn't see this, but in the bottom left corner, you can see the final tally, who was able to make it through. So like we said, Christine getting 9 points, not the perfect 12. We predicted she would get 11. Didn't get 11, but got 9. Obviously was able to win the group, which is good. And Dakota with 8. And so what's interesting here is that even though Christine was able to make it out, the reality is that the less points you have, the harder it might be in round 2 for you. So if you're able to get 11, that could be a lot. That could put you in an easier group than having 9. And so things could go crazy. We don't know. Maybe none of the tier 1 runners end up with 12. We don't know what's going to happen, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out with Christine getting 9 points and not something like 11 or 12. So I know the third race was pretty brutal, but when you win the first group, who cares? I'm sure she's very happy, as she should be, with her results.
Agreed. All right, Moose, looks like we're going to get ready here for our second group. We're going to take a quick break while we get the runners, the next set of 5 set up. We're going to be moving on to the Bomberhead group that you see down there with Mr. A, Spiker, TDR, Vigo, and Resident Emil. But shout out to the Barbarian group for putting on one heck of an entertaining show to start things off for us. And Moose, looks like you're going to have to go ahead and get yourself geared up and ready to go for your runs at the end of this evening here. I think Fab Jen will be joining me in the booth then after this break. But Moose, any parting remarks before we move over to the waiting screen?
Well, I'll keep it short.
Welcome back, everybody, here. NRL 2022. What an amazing beginning to this evening with the Barbarian group. Holy wow. And a big thank you to Pensive Moose for hopping in here on short notice to help out with commentary. He's going ahead and getting warmed up and ready to go and ready to rock. He'll be competing tonight in our fourth group, but we got the second group on the stage here, Bomberhead coming in, and we got 5 new runners, 3 new races. The slate is wiped clean for this one, and this is gonna be an exciting one here. I got Fabricator General here in the booth with me now. Fab, how you doing tonight, bud?
I'm doing excellent. That first match was absolutely incredible. Like Dak taking second place and getting a ninja license. That's ultimate swag in a race. That's incredible.
As I had said in chat and mentioned to Dak that he has now cemented his legend on that one. Just absolutely amazing to not only get the license during the NRL, but also with a death, and also to qualify for the next round, the top 16, the Tier 5 dream coming through. The Tier 5 hero is what I think I said during commentary. But nice job. And we're going to go ahead and get things started here fast and furious and get things taken care of here. And we'll be getting into this run here very, very quickly.
All right, so I just set off the timer. We got about 10 seconds till we start them up.
Very exciting. So let's talk about the runners as we get ready to get started, friends. We got 5 people up here. Mr. Avis is our Tier 1 runner here in Bomberhead, a keyboard player, the keyboard master, very, very high tier runner across the board. Should be very exciting. We got Spiker, we got TDR, the Daniel Rivas there. We got Vigo coming back from NRL 1. And we're underway, folks, and Resident Emil here in Tier 5. Here we go, folks. 3 races, Act 1. Let's do it, Fab. I'm so excited. This is going to be a tough act to follow from Barbarian, but I have high hopes for this group, too.
This really is. This is going to be... I like this group. I like watching Mr. Aves. I had to transition off of controller and onto either hitbox or keyboard just due to thumb pain. And Mr. Aves is an amazing keyboard runner to watch, so I'm pretty psyched about this one.
So Fab, I know you did some legwork here. Do you want to kind of introduce the runners here as far as what their current PBs are? And to my knowledge, I believe every one of these runners here has recorded race experience through race time, no less,
that's
too.
Right,
and
that's right.
Some more than others.
Yeah, so Mr. Aves, our Tier 1 runner, he's 8th place on SRC, got that about 5 months ago. He's currently rated 9th on Race Time GUG, and he's got 58 races under his belt on there with a best race time of 11:55. So he's definitely got a lot of experience doing this. Our second tier is going to be Spiker. His PB is 12:08. Got that about 3 months ago. He's rated 14th on Race Time GG. He's got 10 prior races on there and a best race time of 12:21. Spiker also competed last year and got 14th place in the NRL, the first NRL last year.
I guess we failed to mention here at the top of the broadcast, folks. So this is our second year doing this for NRL, and we went from 23 ninjas running last year to over 40 plus, so much so we had to have a qualifier round. I think we had 43, 44 people sign up this year, but we had 40 plus people in 8 different groups. So we had a wild card thing last year. We had 3 groups of 5, 2 groups of 4, and we had a lot of people return from last year as well. Something to the tune, I think, of like 17 or 16 people from last year have come back.
That's right. That's right. Vigo, the Carpathian, as you'll see on there, is one of the runners from last year's NRL. He placed 22nd, but last year in NRL, he was mainly a low percent runner, and he's done a lot of work on any percent since then. In fact, he just got a 12:29 PB 3 weeks ago. He's got 72 races on Race Time GG.
Wow.
And it's funny because he's actually ranked pretty far back on that, but it's because most of those races he did competing against any percent runners running as a low percent runner. So he was using sword only while everybody else was getting to use any means necessary.
And I guess go ahead, sir.
Definitely one to watch. I think he's done so much improvement. I think we're going to see a big difference this year on Vigo.
Yeah, definitely night and day here. But I think having that amazing foundation of low percent is that this game could throw anything at Vigo, and he's got strats. He knows what to do when all you need is a sword. And I think he's also done pacifist work too, I believe. So even if he didn't even have his sword, he could still make it through this game if he wanted to.
That's right. Good point. Being able to have backups is a huge plus in races for sure.
All right, here we go into 3-2. We'll get back to the introductions of other folks here. We didn't talk about TDR or Emil yet, but we're into 3-2. We saw some Bumble Tumbles earlier. I expect that's going to be happening as well. Oh, TDR getting bullied so badly. Cottage cheese sword, the bird, and the hammers is going in. Pretty rough on that side, unfortunately, but got to recompose yourself. Got to get back into it. See how people set up here. We got Mr. Aves. Very nice Bumble Tumble coming down there, setting that up nicely. I don't expect we're going to see too many people going for the crazy strat on this one. We got Emil killing the bird. We got Spiker killing the bird. Vigo through as well, and TDR also. Fantastic.
Yeah, TDR choosing to not use the Bumble Tumble there, just using the sort of pause and jump method and got through there just fine.
It can be safe. I mean, so the Bumbledon, the person that the Bumble Stumble is named after here. I mean, this is a fairly new strat. We saw the Retro Runner use it during his SGDQ run as well, but this is something that it's super safe in a race setting and is minimal time loss compared to the optimal strats.
You know, and TDR, he's an experienced runner. He knows what he's doing. He got chewed up pretty good with Cottage Cheese Sword earlier in that stage, and when you do the Bumble Tumble, you have to take 3 hits on health from that bird. So he may have chosen to forego doing that strat in order to save some health, just in case he took some hits from Bassiker.
Right, you are, Fab. And yeah, I mean, Bassiker, he hits like a freight train too. So you got to have that health if he ever decides to throw those bullets out, which to me, I still don't understand. He's got 2 knives and throws 3 bullets. I'm not sure where they're coming from, but I digress. Yeah, having that extra little health to work with and having that cushion, again, anything's faster than dying, and dying to Bassiker is a really, really rough time loss.
It is. It's probably one of the worst that you can have. So while we're talking about TDR is our 3rd tier runner. Interestingly enough, the difference between Spiker and TDR is only 3 seconds as far as
very nice.
PB goes. Yeah, TDR's got a 12-11. He got that a year ago though, so I'm not sure how much he's been playing Ninja Gaiden since, but he's looking pretty smooth here so far. He's also got 38 runs under his belt on Racetime GG, so some experience racing as well.
Yeah, TDR has been around for a while there, definitely knows the game pretty well. I think literally everyone in this group is knowledgeable. Even Resident Emil, a fairly newcomer here, has been very dedicated, working through, doing lots of those races. We had mentioned earlier that Dak running the races, the casual ones here, that Emil has taken part in. So he's got some race experience. We'll talk about Emil and how he's been doing.
Yeah, that's right. Emil, he just got his PB a week ago. He's got a 13:45, and I mean, like you said, he's been working on it prior to NRL this whole time, and basically just steadily improving his time and skills.
And Mr. Aves taking down Kelberos and showing off a very impressive mash as well. Spiker doing a pretty good job there, being the second one to take it down. Emil third on our screen here. Little Stanley slash for celebration right before the spin slash. It's very easy to get that jump input eaten during that load in. You got to kind of watch for that thing. But if you do it just a little bit too soon and just slash, you're just going to stand there for a little while.
You know, while we're talking about Mash as an interesting player here that I've got some knowledge on, at least from when he was playing this game a year ago, TDR is a thumb masher. He does not turn the controller vertically in order to mash.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a 2-thumb masher, and he does very well with that 2-thumb mash. He's able to get 3 hits quite a bit on most jumps, which is very, very impressive for a 2-thumb masher.
Yeah, very good. Spiker here taking the backup health just to make sure that they got knocked around a little bit in 5-1, just to make that climb a little bit easier into 5-2. And we have Mr. Aves going up here as well, and Emil getting into 5-2. TDR right there. Vigo going to be wrapping up here as well. Actually, Vigo at the beginning here, I don't know if he took a death or something had happened there, but I thought he was a little bit closer at the end of 5-1 there.
Mr. Aves is very low on health. All right, he just refilled, but he had to forego the boost to get up there. He only had 2 sticks of health going into that stage.
Yeah, Vigo did take a death confirmed by chat here. Unfortunately, we missed that when we were talking. So that's Vigo's first blood for the Bomberhead group here. But hopefully it won't affect him too much. He can bounce back. Just what we saw in the Barbarian group. Jim Jam had a rough first race, but bounced back to take the win in race 3. So Vigo might very well fall into that as well. We'll see. Here we go into 5-3 for most of our runners here. And all pretty tight grouping here, Fab. I didn't see what the delays were, but this group seemed pretty tight together with the start too, so this is kind of nice.
Yeah, I couldn't tell exactly what the delay was, but they looked like they all started around the same time, probably within 2 or 3 seconds of each other, so I'm assuming there's not a big delay, and it looks like Spiker and Emil and TDR all basically around the same time at this point.
TDR going for the SP boost, textbook, beautifully executed, beautifully done. And Mr. A into Multh and having to slash him down. It looks like he had spin slash, but didn't have the ninpo for it.
Yeah, I don't know. He may have missed a cancel on that last. I didn't see it. I was watching Emil go through the SP boost area.
Well, thankfully, Multh a pushover, just slash him in the knees. That shield, unfortunately, does nothing for him. Well, fortunately for us. Yeah, just slash him at his kneecaps for a little while until he dies. And speaking of dying,
taking some hits in 6-1.
Very nice. Ooh, wow. Aves just getting hit and kicked. Everything else. He even threw out a safety star for that one and just getting bodied, unfortunately. So small things here that are happening.
He took 5 hits of damage in 6-1. That is a lot to take in 6-1. You really don't want to take any at all. The optimum strat is none. So.
Yeah, agreed. And that this is one of those stages where you can just hold left the entire time if done optimally.
That's right. Spiker taking a couple hits there, but he makes it through okay. This is going to change how Mr. Aves just taking a death there. He's starting 6-2 over again.
Well, that's not too bad of a death to have from what it looks like here. I mean, he's going to come back. He's got the skills and the abilities here. But we got a pretty decent grouping here. A lot of people into 6-2, and this one's a big decider. I think 6-3 is a pushover by comparison.
If all else is equal, it looks like TDR is taking the lead at this point.
Nice climbs there on the long ladder from TDR. That looked good. Oh, but taking a death at the start of this room. That's not too bad, though. The checkpoint's right there, so that's not as costly as it may look.
As long as he can get through Hell's Hallway low percent, he'll be okay. He's got a slash here. He's going to despawn the mummy. Okay, and he makes it through. He did it. Yeah, nicely done.
Mr. Aves, first one into 6-3. TDR doing a nice job going across there, getting hammered, pushing back with a Moonwalker. He's got the fire shield. He's going to get through. He'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm getting word Aves apparently died to the Jetpack Ninja. He may have attempted the Jetpack Ninja boost on the first screen of 6-2.
All right, we got a lot of people here in 6-3. Vigo into 6-2 as well. Going to be coming into the Hell Hallway. And we're going to watch and see Mr. Aves stopping the time. No pickle boost on that side. Spiker killing the bird. Not going for pickle boost either at this point. TDR right on their tail. We're pretty close here across the board. Mr. Aves in the final screen. Before that, the final 3. And taking down the Clown Nose. Here we go. We're going to watch that. So Mr. Aves on keyboard has a pretty solid mash, too. I'm curious to see how the Jockio treats him.
Big Spiker getting in there. Gets the nose down as well, so maybe a couple seconds behind Mr. Aves at this point.
Oh, not that he went for that middle pillar strat. Didn't get the turnaround, looks like, but taking down Jockio very quickly. That was a very clean, good kill.
Very good backup. Looks like Spiker's going to do a left side fight.
TDR mashing down the Clown Nose into the Demon. Resident Meal taking down Clown Nose also. Spiker killing Jockio, looking good. And Vigo here also right outside the door of the final 3. Pretty nice.
Great Demon kill from Mr. Aves. He's going to finish that in good time.
Nicely done from Aves, coming back from that death at 6-2. And Grand Style Spiker opting to kill the tail, getting bullied by the Shrimp, though, unfortunately. Wow. That's the risk.
Oh, he's taking a lot of Shrimp hits.
Yeah. Kills the tail. And Shrimp were nice to finish things out. Spiker, second one to take care of the Demon from what we see here on our screen. TDR coming into the Demon as well. Emil also there. Look at this. Both opting to kill the tail. Vigo fighting Jockio.
This is going to be close between TDR and Resident Emil.
Vigo taking down Jockio. And it looks like Emil. This is gonna be close. I'm gonna be looking at these times here, but what a great opener! This is really great.
That was a good showing, and I mean, it almost looks like we'll have to see, but it looks so far, at least with the first three, it's exactly in tiered order. Mr. Aves first, Spiker second, and TDR third. We'll have to get some confirmation from our race mods before we know official times.
Again, friends, we'll go ahead and just throw that out there. The results are basically tentative here initially. As we're going through, we're trying to go best on what their live splits are showing, what we have in Race Time GG to work with, and just in general, we'll go from there. If it comes down to it, where things are super tight and super close, frame counts will happen. We do have some race admins here working behind the scenes, and also a big shout out here to Fabricator General for also being a commentator in the booth here alongside, but also running the Race Time GG, setting the rooms up, getting the runners set, and doing all that as well. So. I know that you're doing the invisible work behind the scenes that the people won't see, but I have to call that out. Fab, you're a legend. Thank you so much for doing what you do.
Yes, sir. You are a professional, and I appreciate that you are very capable of talking us through these transitions while I do all this extra work here. If y'all hear me go quiet in between these runs, it's just because I'm setting stuff up.
Yeah, you get yourself all taken care of there, Fab. We'll talk about the results of what we've got and just get the next room stood up. But friends, you'll hang out here with me. First race in the books. We got 3 races per group once again. We're in the Bomberhead group, the second group of this evening, so there's still plenty of Ninja Gaiden action here to do from what we have. From what we're showing on screen here, there are your results, Mr. Aves. A 12:22, very, very nice time, even with a death, no less. Getting those 4 points. Spiker in second with a 12:48, looking like 3 points for that. TDR 13 in third position, rounding out the podium. Resident Emil getting in fourth, getting a point on the board there for 13:31, and Vigo still finishing strong. With a 13:35, even with the deaths that he had taken. 5-1 being the victim on that one. Unfortunately, sad to see that. However, still 2 to go. Anything can happen, Ninja Gaiden, as we've seen from the Barbarian group. Bomberhead living up and doing a pretty good job here as well. But Mr. Aves looking just real solid. Even with that death in 6-1, just completely unshaken. And doing a good job across the board. Very clean Jackio kill, a lot of skill definitely there. Very deserving of the tier 1 position on the books here and on the board. So things are looking real good, folks, and I'm very excited to see how the second round plays out. We're currently looking at the moment. We're trying to get things set up here on the back end. Hope everyone here is enjoying NRL 2022. Again, 2 races to go on this one. Still anybody's race. For those that maybe came in here a little bit late, just to confirm, tonight we'll be doing these 4 groups you see down here at the bottom. Massacre on deck. Going to be up next, and we have Kelbros then afterward. Once we get through these rounds of 3, and we're trying to see the top 16 for next weekend. Next Saturday will be the top 16, where we get more groups seeded into for those before we actually seed into the grand finals for the final Saturday of July. But that being said, the first and second place finisher within the group will be the ones to move on and advance to that top 16. No wild cards this year, as we had in NRL previously. So this is where we're at. Fantastic.
Yeah, it looks like we've got everybody in the new race room. We're just waiting on everybody to ready up and get there, and then we'll start them off.
So I gotta say, real quick here, Fab, that like, again, I mentioned a lot about the race psychology, the things that you're not seeing actually on the screen here, you know, because someone could look as cool as a cucumber on the screen here, mashing, executing, but just be freaking out, have 140 pulse the entire time throughout it. How do you got to feel at this point after your first race? Do you think the jitters come down a little bit, or do they amplify based on how things went?
I think it depends. If you've got race experience, I think they come down. I think most runners who have done races previously, even you know, casual races over the weekend and not necessarily NRL, know is that the first race you run is usually your worst. and that I don't know what it is about that, but it just seems to happen. I don't know if it's jitters or if it's just you need to warm up or what, but everybody wants to get that first run out of the way. And I think if you've got experience racing, you know that. And so once you get your first one in the books, you start to relax and feel better. I can't really speak. I think it has to do with maybe what your performance was in that first race as well, on how you feel going into the second one. But I think having the first one out of the way, whether or not you have experience or not, has got to be better. It's got to be more relaxing. You've gotten your way through one. You can do it again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you kind of got if you warmed up, you now have that race experience. You have something on the books. You have something to compare to go and look back on. And this gap of time between the races getting set up and getting things put together is a really good time to reflect on that and kind of gather yourself, gather your strategy, how you want to attack this. And obviously, there's a meta here on top of this where you know what the point score are, you know what you have to do to solidify your position and try to advance. Mr. Avis with a good cushion here out of the gate, getting that opening win, definitely takes some of the pressure off. Whereas Vigo right now taking that fifth on the first race, has to kind of pull it together and get things together, but wants to get on the board. And Emil just kind of happy to get that fourth place position and doing as best as he can, and trying to hang on here in this very competitive group. As we can see, even death can't stop Avis at this point. That he can just battle back, and that's just a testament to his ability and his skill.
That's right. Definitely the case. All right, I'm about to kick them off, so we got about 10 or 15 seconds till race start.
All right, very good.
And just as a side note, we've got our race mods. They are currently they're going to be frame counting Resident Emil and TDR's last runs. Apparently, there was some question as to the actual time on those two. We want to make sure we get them right, so our race mods are going to be doing frame counts on both those runs to make sure our times are accurate.
Okay, and away we go here. Looks like Vigo may have about a 5-second delay from everyone else kind of queuing up and getting things on the board here, but we are in the beginning here of the second race here of the Bomberhead group. Very excited to see how this one's going to turn out. Mr. Avis out in front here with the 4 points on the board, and we'll see how things kind of work for them. Obviously, Avis being the favorite for this group. Will he be the first to get either a double-digit score or that pristine 12 points that we were talking about at the top of the broadcast?
Yeah, that might be the case. Ultimately, the first tier runners are in great position here. This year's competition very much unlike last year's. Last year's we took top of the group, and then it was basically we had wild cards from last year based on points or average race time. This year it is just very, very simple. Top 2 from each group advances to the next round. So the tier 1 runner, they could lose a race and they could come in second and they're still advancing to the next round. The only thing they've got to worry about at that point is they're going to be seated lower, and it does matter. Seating does matter when you're going into the next group. So that's really they're in a great position in this first round to advance.
Right, you are, Fab. So that's something that's pretty interesting about this is that we talk about wiping the slate clean. If you make it to the top 16, it doesn't matter what your PBs are. It doesn't matter what your best times are at this point. It comes down to strictly how you performed on the stage that we see in front of us here and what that looks like, and that's what you're seated against. So it benefits yourself again. Like I said, consistency is king, but trying to go fast and being as clean as possible to keep that average low for that higher seating position will definitely play out in your benefit.
That's right. It looks like we've got confirmation that Resident Emil's last time for the last race was 13:11. We had the race time was inaccurate, and we are currently frame counting TDR's last run to see. We had him as a 12:13, so they're 1 second off between each other. Oh, and just see Spiker took a death right there going over the bat boost.
Ooh, yeah, that one's a bit rough. So it's a correct you there, Fab. 13:12 is what we had for TDR, and we're saying Emil's a 13:11. So we're checking TDR
Correct.
to see what that one looks like. But this could shake up the results a smidge and possibly give Emil a podium position.
That's right. And I'll let you know as soon as we figure that out, as soon as we get done checking TDRs and we have an official result there, we'll let y'all know.
All right, very good. Well, we'll keep you guys updated as that develops. Mr. Avis and TDR going into 3-1. Emil and Vigo not too far behind. And again, Vigo has that 5-second delay from the opening here, so looking pretty good overall. We'll see how things work out. Spiker taking that unfortunate death, but definitely has the skill and the ability and the time. I mean, this is still very early on in the run to come back and be able to grab some points on this race.
That's right. That's right. It looked like TDR is maybe a second or two behind Mr. Aves there on the screen transition, and Resident Email takes third through there.
All right, here we are into the pivotal 3-2. Again, we're going to see if we see more of those bumble tumbles happening, or if we're going to go with the kind of the safety cliff strats where you pause. If you want to be extra safe, you can kind of jump over the cat and go for there, or you can kind of pause on the edge and jump and slash and kill the bird. So it looks like Mr. Avis setting up for Bumble Tumble, has it perfectly set. Hold that right, jump on out of that hitbox, and you are clean.
Nicely done. TDR looks like he's doing the pause and jump strat again. He makes it through cleanly as well.
Vigo setting up for Bumble. And looks like Spiker does it. Wow. Didn't even kill the bird, just jumped straight down, took the boost off of it. Fantastic. And we're into Massacre across the board here. 5 Massacres on the screen for a brief period of time. But Mr. Avis, the first one to pave the way into stage 4.
I must not have caught it, but it looks like TDR somehow got the swag star in 3-2 and had to basically low percent kill Massacre. He did a very good job of low percent killing Massacre, but that's going to cost him a lot of time.
That is actually deceivingly tricky. Like, that's like, if you go in there just try to kill Massacre without the Art of the Fire Wheel to work with, I mean, you're stacking damage a lot less, and you have to be very close because that sword just does not reach, and he's jumping all over the place. He's throwing bombs and bullets, and you have to adapt to that. So if you haven't practiced that one can be very difficult to adapt to.
100%. That's absolutely correct. Whenever I have to do that, I am an absolute mess. It's very difficult to pull off. You got to have low percent experience to really do that well.
So it looks like we have a pretty tight grouping here. Avis pulling away a little bit. Emil, Vigo, and TDR, and as well as Spiker, by the way, back into 4-2. He's back in the heat here, and doing a pretty good job. So again, I told you that you can't that death is not going to slow him down. He's going to run it back, and he's proving it.
That's right. That's right. We just got official word. TDR's last run was 13-12. So Resident Emil did take that spot from him. Yeah,
by a
Resident Emil had
second.
a 13-11. Yep.
Amazing. Resident Emil yeeting TDR off the podium with the 30-11, just cutting it down by a single second. Thank you very much to our race admins for going in there and doing the work. Sincerely appreciate it. A big shout out to Black Squall and Ultra Minimalist for doing the work that they guys are, and really appreciate on keeping the times honest. But that's going to make Emil happy to find out, instead of getting 1 point, getting 2 and getting that bronze medal in the first one. Fantastic job. The tier 5's coming to play today, Fab.
Yeah, this is 100% Ninja Gaiden Racing right here. A tier 5 is now, this is the second time already a tier 5 is taking second place. Just the unexpected is what you got to expect to happen.
Yeah, you're right there. The old cliche, man. Expect the unexpected, and Ninja Gaiden showing it in true colors for sure. Mr. Ava's doing a great job here, wrapping up against Kelberos. Moving on to Act 5, the rage stage. And we got Emil, Vigo, TDR, basically all killing, and also Spiker, all killing Kelberos within each other. This is a close one, Fab.
This is going to be great to watch.
Oh, man. Well, stage 5 and stage 6, the great deciders of this one here. Avis, though, just trucking along, doing his thing. Flexing, showing that the keyboard. Oh, look at this, though! In the moment!
Oh, wow.
Wow! Unexpected, but here's the thing, you can't even count him out. You can't even count out Mr. Avis at this point, because he's got time to run it back. He knows, and now he's hungry. But that death, that's gonna be a 20-second deficit. That's gonna shake things up immensely. Things were already close. He had a good lead. He had that buffer to work with. Now he's gonna run it back. I mean, this is gonna be down to the wire here in stage 6 if things keep going at this pace, Fab.
You know, Mr. Avis is just absolutely fearless in these runs so far, though. I haven't really seen him use that many race strats strats. In fact, he just went for the double bird boost again. Now he nails it. Earlier in 4-1, he was climbing the ladder and then going for the bird boost at the top of the ladder. Just all these strats that you don't normally see runners use in races, and he's just going 100%. He's absolute ham in these races.
So to quote the legendary Super Mario Kart commercial from the 90s, Mr. Avis only has 2 speeds, fast and way too fast. And that's what he's showing us here. He's going to be coming back here. Watch how he actually closes the gap in stage 6. I'm going to be very impressed to see this happen. He's definitely not out of this by any means here. Looks like Resident Emil, first one to get into 5-3 here. You love to see it. Spiker not too far behind, along with Vigo. TDR having some difficulty with the lemon drop, ping-ponging back and forth, getting bullied by that bird.
Wow.
Getting the tempo here. He does not have spin slash, so he must have taken a death at some point.
Yeah, he did. He just died at Janet and had to do that stage back over again.
Wow.
He got absolutely eaten up on the lemon drop area.
That one is actually a very, very disheartening death, because you got to make the climb now. You don't have spin slash all the way through this, and 5-3 is already very dangerous.
And Emil just died as well. You can see he's having to do this low percent as well.
Oh, this area is awful. This is really awful. And he did a good job there, though. That's some good. So right there, friends, he jumped. So you jump across there. If you jump again, you can avoid that cat from knocking you back. And that's a good race knowledge to have.
Yeah, I don't, Retrofile, you might have to remind me of our delays here, but if we don't have one between Spiker and Mr. Aves, Spiker has taken the lead, but Aves is hot on his tail.
Yeah, I knew he would come back, even with that deficit. Yeah, he had a nice little cushion to work with in the beginning, and he's clearly got the ability. This is going to be a shootout to the end here. As far as delays go, I think Vigo was the only one I really saw with a substantial delay of about 5 seconds across the board. Much more close grouping in this one compared to what we had with the Barbarian watching. So this is going to be good. We're in stage 6 here, Fab, of race 2, and we're going to see how this one shakes out. Spiker could pull this out.
Yeah, that being the case, that puts Vigo in 3rd currently. It looks like TDR and Resident Emil are pretty close for 4th and 5th at this point. And Spiker and Aves going into the door at 6-2 almost identically. I mean, they're within a second or two of each other.
Vigo in the hunt as well, though. I mean, it's still anyone's race here. Again, Ninja Gaiden is in full effect in stage 6 from beginning to end, and it's a momentary lapse of concentration. It's a global timer just that wants to kill you. It can happen. So right now,
is going to have to do some. Sorry about that. Arvis is going to have to do some improv here, because he missed some Nimpo going through the last part of 6-1. You can see he's going up the ladder with only 5 Nimpo here.
Spiker having a bad jump there, recognizing and able to adjust. That's a nice thing overall. But through Hell Hallway, Mr. Avis doing a nice job there. Very, very good.
Ooh, TDR taking a death in Hell Hallway.
Actually, TDR took a death. It looks like he maybe got the bad shuriken at the end of 6-2 there. That's a costly death, and that's going to shake things up a little bit and give Vigo some breathing room as he's wrapping up here, getting into 6-3. Resident Emil wrapping up Hell Hallway, getting through there as well. Spiker and Mr. Aves, screen for screen. Spiker having a little bit of a flub there on top of the column. Unfortunately, didn't have the turnaround for that jump from what we saw. So Mr. Aves burned the Nimpo. Spiker right there as well, not going for the spicy pickle boost. Spiker killing it, doing a good job there with the bird. Here comes Vigo. Emil working.
Vigo, if Vigo is on a 5-second delay, he's got to be right on their heels. I mean, he's right behind Spiker at this point.
I'd be very curious to see how these times shake out if they continue at this pace here. But let's look at this. Mr. Avis first to the door. Spiker right there as well. Vigo on that final screen with that potential 5-second delay. Emil almost up there. TDR also starting 6-3. Clown nose down. Here we go. Let's go into Jack.
But per the door, it looks like Vigo's about 2 or 3 seconds behind Spiker, if that's a 5-second delay is accurate.
Avis getting some nice hits in on Jockey. A very clean, fast kill. It's not a left side kill. He likes that center platform kill. And definitely kind of edging himself ahead there. Moving into the Demon. Let's see what the Shrimp have to say.
Yeah, good kill for Spiker as well. Left side kill, but a good clean one. And Vigo pulling off the 3 cycle. This is going to be really close.
Oh, Avis, look at the shrimp that Avis got, just juking and jiving, doing a nice job there. Avis clutching that one out, doing a good job. Let's see how Vigo treats the Demon. We got Emil on Jackio, TDR. killing the clown nose. Tail is dead for Spiker. Vigo killing the tail as well. 3-jump heart kill, very nice. What a turn of events for Vigo. He really came back. Again, I knew he would have that ability of being able to kind of gather and compose himself. We'll see where the standings fall for this one. A very competitive race.
That's going to be so close. Race time is showing both Spiker and Vigo with a 12:47. They're showing the exact same time.
Wow. Okay, we're gonna have that counted out to verify what we've got. But this was a very, very tight race from beginning to end, even with some hurdles in the way.
Yeah, Resident Emil able to finish it out. That's important because he took second in that last race. So every point
in the last race, third.
You're right. I'm sorry, third.
All good. All right, TDR wrapping up. No deaths to the demon here. Second race in the books. We'll get those standings and times confirmed for you, friends, and we'll see how that works out and see what the picture's looking like for race 3. And Fab, I know you get to do some work here on the back end here as well. But that was a heck of a performance from all of our runners, and even the deaths and being able to overcome that and come back. Spiker and Avis putting on a heck of a show across the board there. TDR having some difficulty and losing Spin Slash to that Janet boost there at the very end of 5-2. Unfortunately to see that. Vigo doing a great job turning things around. Emil, just unbelievable. If he had not died in 5-3 with having to do that climb there, I think he would have had a super competitive time on a great pace for him as well, by the way. Okay, so got word from the booth here. We have to do some frame counts to verify what we've got. Times are super close. As soon as we have these details, let's take a look. These are tentative results as of right now. So from race time GG's side, looks like Mr. Avis taking the decisive lead or decisive victory there with a 12:33. Right now, we're trying to confirm what we've got between Vigo and Spiker, both with that 12:47. Now if Vigo gets second on this, that's a heck of a jump from the first run. That's pretty good. Emil, though, confirmed in 4th with that 13:26. And TDR with that 13:37. Pretty costly deaths, unfortunately, on that one, but doing a pretty decent job. Aves on his way to possibly getting that perfect 12. And Vigo possibly looking to be the party crasher, hopping up in there.
That's right. These are some interesting times. It's going to be interesting to see how this shake out. I mean, Avis obviously has 8. We know Resident Emil has 3, and we know TDR has 1. We just don't know. We don't know on Spiker and obviously Vigo, but Spiker is going to be, in theory, he could take a solid second here, or we could have a decider in the third race.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get the next race set up and going, friends. We'll keep you posted. We're going to have the frame counts happening in parallel with us just so we can keep things on track as much as we possibly can. So Fab, go ahead and do your thing and get everyone set up on that side for our third and final race here for the Bomberhead group. But I don't know about you fans here in the chat, but this is definitely living up and even exceeding my expectations. I was so excited for this, and both Barbarian and Bomberhead doing a fantastic job of putting things out there. Mr. Avis doing a good job and putting himself in a good position to take first or second in this group to move on to the top 16. Owning up to that tier 1 position. But Vigo, clawing his way back from a rough start, has put himself in the hunt for that potentially for that second place position, depending on how things shake up. But Spiker, though, right there as well, is going to be the big hurdle. So looking like Spiker and Mr. Avis, kind of the favorites potentially going into the third race, regardless if he ends up in second or third. But Emil doing a pretty nice job. Getting that third position with a singular second, getting 4th here to edge things out. But that was a very competitive race from start to finish, absolutely, across the board. So this has been some great competition. I fully expect the third race to be just as explosive from what we've seen. And then keep it here, folks. We still got 2 more rounds after this. That's 6 more races of Ninja Gaiden with 10 more runners in total to see. And It's amazing. And we got another round tomorrow. Another full day of Ninja Gaiden. 4 more rounds or 4 more groups to get through, including some fan favorites amongst that group. And just, hey, I got to say here, friends, this is 40 of the best players in the world that we've got playing Ninja Gaiden for us and just having a great time. Just shows the love and respect that the community has for one another, and just it's amazing to see how this has all come together in such a way. So big thanks to those behind the scenes here helping out. Seamless Link doing his thing, keeping the broadcast running. Black Squall, Ultra Minimalist, Fabricator General, and a bunch of other folks doing their thing as well. But this is it takes a village to run the NRL. That's for sure. All right, friends. We're going to go ahead and get things prepped for the next race.
We know on our last race, we did the frame count. Looks like Spiker's time is 12 minutes, 47 seconds, and 17 milliseconds. So we are currently having to frame count Vigo. We'll figure out what his time is and let y'all know what the results were as soon as we figure that out. We've got about 30 seconds until next race. So
that's a pretty low 12:47 then. So that's a pretty small margin that even if things were correct for Vigo having a 12:47, that he may have been edged out by a few frames then.
That's right. That's right. And if that's the case, Spiker's got himself a pretty good position.
Agreed. But Mr. Avis doing a nice job at this point, getting those 2 first-place victories out of the gate here, giving themselves a nice cushion, some comfort going into the third one. The pressure's off, but it's something to point out that I think you had mentioned during the broadcast or the previous race then, Fab, is that I don't think Mr. Avis has race strats. I think he just goes in and just basically, hey, I know how to run the game at a high level. I'm just going to do all the things, all the strats, maybe do some minor tweaks here and there. But these are PB pushes and just super high level strats that we're seeing across the board for Avis, and he's unrelenting, and death doesn't seem to even phase him.
And there's something to be said for that. I mean, on one hand, you have the danger of doing those strats in a race, and you have a lot of strats where you're saving 0.2, 0.3, but you're taking a big risk of dying and getting set back, 20 or 30 seconds. But when you play at such a high level as Mr. Aves does, and a lot of our tier 1's runners do, you're so used to running that route, it's so automatic that changing it up can actually be more dangerous in a way. You're using a safety strat that you're not really used to doing, and a lot of guys just feel more comfortable using the same route that they're used to using, essentially.
And that was a point of discussion with the Bumble Tumble, where that can be a very consistent strat. But if you're not used to putting that in place, that it may throw off the muscle memory a little bit, may add some level of hesitation, may end up costing you time versus if you just ran your normal routes at that point as well. So that is an absolutely valid point. I agree 110% there, Fab.
Yeah, and I think at this, TDR taking a death to Tyson, he got hit by Tyson from behind and ended up in that pit there. What I was going to say about Av is, as well as, when you're that fast and you're playing in round 1, even if you take a death, like we just saw in this last round, even if you take a death, a lot of times you can still come back and win the run anyway.
TDR taking another death, it looked like there as well. So this is going to be a bit rough out of 2-1, having to repeat that a third time out of the gate here. That's definitely going to shake the nerves. But here we are into 2-2 for the majority of other folks here. Emil not too far behind. Oh, getting a push back there, kind of scary, a little precarious.
Yeah, TDR's got to remember now that he's got 2 deaths under his belt. So if he takes another death, that's a game over, and that'll change his positioning when he dies.
Now, as weird as it may sound and counterproductive, it may be a good idea just to take a quick death somewhere just to have that game over out of the way, because that could be really detrimental. Game overs differ from just simply dying, friends, as that'll take you all the way back. Doesn't matter what checkpoint you got in an act, you're going all the way back to the beginning of it.
Yeah, that's correct. It wouldn't be I'm not sure where the best stage for him to do that, but if he could take that game over at the very beginning of a stage, it would just reset him right back to the beginning, take a minimal time loss, and that would give him not only the comfort of not having a game over later in the game that sets him back really far, but also the comfort and the ability to be able to use a death abuse at some point if he needs it. 6-3 right before that final bird boost, that's a great point to take a death abuse if you're worried about your health position there. And at his current issue here with having 2 deaths under his belt, he doesn't have that option currently.
Right, you are, Fab. So Mr. Avis and Spiker on a pretty similar pace. Again, remember, Vigo's got about a 5-second delay. It looks like Vigo took a death, unfortunately, however, in 3-1. You hate to see it. He's down to 1 life there, so that definitely happened. Unfortunately, we missed to see that. I was mentioning the 5-second delay that he was in there, but that one hurts. 3-1's pretty short though. Thankfully, it's not as bad as 3-2, so he's still in there. At this point, anything can still happen. Emil hot on his pace though, trying to hunt for that potential podium now, and TDR, even with taking those 2 deaths here, he's also in 3-1.
So we just got some really big news. Spiker, if you remember, 12 minutes, 47 seconds, 17 milliseconds in that last run, and right behind him is Vigo with 12 minutes, 47 seconds, and 20 milliseconds. That's literally one frame.
Oh my God, 1 frame difference between the 2. Unreal.
And so we're also getting confirmation from Race Mods that that's the initial frame count. If it ends up making a difference in group points, then we'll also be frame counting their local recordings. Oh, Resident Emil taking a huge death at the end of 3-2.
Oh man. That opens the door then for TDR. He's not going for the Bumble Tumble here. Let's see. And he gets it. He passes by that.
So long story short, we will be making sure that 1 frame is an accurate frame count, even after the broadcast, just to make sure.
Vigo getting trolled there. Unfortunately, I think he swung, but maybe got hit by a hammer. That one's pretty scary overall. Mr. Avis into 4-2, and Spiker quickly behind him as well. Emil coming back here, not setting up for the Bumble Tumble. He's going to go and try it again for 3-2. Here we go. And this time he got through.
Nice. That's a big loss. That's approximately like a 40 to 45 second time loss, though. That's probably one of the worst places to die during a race.
That's unfortunate. That one's really demoralizing, and that one's really scary. That's why I thought we'd actually see the Bumble Tumble happening a lot more, because you're getting rid of that big pain point at the end of 3-2, just to kind of add that in there and just remove some doubt if you can execute it. But that being said, 4-2 wrapping up here. We have 4-3 on the books here for Mr. Avis. Spiker climbing up. Vigo not too far behind either. And TDR also in there. So this is going to be an interesting race here for the podium. Looks like the tier 1, tier 2 favorites, Avis and Spiker here in a shootout into 4-3 as we get into Kelbros. But then the difficulty, Fab, I feel greatly ramps up with stage 5 and stage 6.
That's right. Yeah, stage 5 is the rage stage. It is well known, and there are so many places to die in 5-1 and 5-2, and when that happens, you have to finish them out low percent and then go on and do all of 5-3 low percent, and it is so punishing.
Speaking of, Mr. Avis wrapping up Kelbros, as does Spiker, coming into the rage stage Act 5. On this side, we'll see. Not going for the manip there. You're just going for it at this point, not worrying about it. And when I say manip there, that would be kind of hesitating on the first candle to kind of drop down that first hammer bro to boost off of it, saving a tiny bit of time. Nonetheless, Avis right now charging forward, trying to get that pristine 12 points and try to get that high tier seeding for top 16 across the board here. So we'll see how Avis does. Nice job killing the bats. Spiker in there. Vigo starting stage 5. TDR wrapping up Kelbros. Emil working his way up there. Having a little problem there at the moment, but doing okay. Ooh, Spiker getting bullied there, trying to hop his way up.
Spiker, you mentioned the manip earlier, and Spiker got the manip at the beginning of 5-1, but ended up taking a hammer and got chewed up there as well.
Oh man, the global timer gonna global timer basically.
That's right, and his health is looking a little low here. He's probably going to want to take the next health in 5-2 at the last screen.
Yeah, you can take a boost off that. I always thought the guy that kind of pirouettes and kicks, he kind of looks like Sylvester Stallone in like a jumpsuit, kind of just doing his thing there. Like he's going to take that boost off the Stallone and get up there and get his health.
I have never heard that described as the Stallone. That's pretty good.
That's how I've always seen it. It just looks like Stallone. But yeah, did a pretty good job. Got his health back up into a better spot here. Mr. Avis working on his way up to Malth. Emil in 5-1. TDR having some difficulty there. Pretty scary moments there in 5-2 in the beginning of that one. Vigo taking the boost off the Stallone, as we've established. A little flip-flop action. Avis on a heater right now. He's doing pretty good.
Really
it looks like Spiker taking a death at the end there. I think he got hammered. I think he potentially got hammered by that on that one. Spiker taking a death. So Avis with a pretty clean opening here to continue onward.
Yeah, now Spiker's got to go through the rest of this low percent. It's not the worst thing in the world. You can move through it, but having to kill a Malth with only the sword is a big time loss just in of itself.
Oh, now look at that. Vigo busting out a cool bat boost to get on the top of that platform on like the third screen of 5-3. I love seeing strats like that. Things that you usually don't see during normal PB attempts. I think that's low percent or potentially pacifist stuff. TDR taking a game over on this one here in 5-3. Spiker going up there. Vigo hot on his tail. He's actually opened the door for Vigo to catch up to Spiker at this point, and he's got spin slash. Oh, no, he doesn't. He does not. He has a swag star.
Yeah, he lost it. That's right. He lost it. So they're both going to have to go at it, but he's still pretty close. Remember, Vigo's got that 5-second delay.
That's right. Absolutely, Fab.
Whenever you see Spiker's screen fade out here, let's see, it's 9:37. So let's find out when Vigo's screen fades. 9:34, 9:44, or something like that. So maybe 2 or 3 seconds behind for Vigo.
A couple of seconds. That's anything here in Act 6.
That could be really big. That makes that frame count so important.
Oh man, cottage cheese sword from Spiker here. Just swung right through that hammer bro in 6-1. And looks like TDR coming up to Malth. Has the tiny star, got the slash things down, and because he took the death there. Emil getting bullied though, hammers for days. Oh no, he went for the nip, and then got hit by the little freaking torrent of hammers coming down.
Wow, that is a punishing game over. You can see he's just sitting on that game over screen.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think he's probably gonna take a glance at the screen and think, do I continue onward? Do I stop there? That one hurts because you go all the way back to the start of 5-3, as I had referred to. That game overs can be extremely punishing.
That's right. I don't blame him for taking a breather or just stopping altogether here. That is a hard way to end it right there.
Yeah, very difficult. All right, back to the action here that we have in front of us. The rest of our runners here in 6-2. Mr. Aves wrapping up. Wait a minute.
Did Avis is falling behind?
He's fallen behind. We were looking over the other screen there for the moment, but look at this. We've got Vigo and Spiker dueling here in 6-3. Vigo taking the charge. Mr. Avis falling behind. I can't believe this, Fab.
Wow, we somehow missed an Aves game over. And now we've got a race between Vigo and Spiker for first. Mr. Avis is right there as well. This is going to be an incredible race. This just got... Oh, no, Spiker! He's tried to pause for that hammer. And
I can't believe it. Vigo! He's Vigo! Let's go, Vigo! Oh, wow. My God.
Vigo's got to be careful. He's only got 1 health bar.
Okay, he's got it. He's good. He's got the medicine. He got himself that magic elixir. Taking the time stop, going up there. I think he has enough health to just waltz through here if he wants to.
Yep, he's gonna do it. Good job. Nicely done.
Hold the breath, everybody here on the edge of your seat. Are we gonna see it happen again?
Wow.
Oh man, look at this. Now wait a minute. What? So, am I tripping out here? We got Aves on Jacchio, but remember Vigo has that 5-second delay, so they gotta be really close.
Yeah.
Aves opting to kill the tail.
Yep. I expect Vigo to do the same. He did in the last one, even though they were very close. Yep, he's going to
Aves getting trolled by these shrimp, my god! But does get the kill.
Vigo untouched thus far.
Vigo! Look at this! Look how close this is gonna be! Dude, that's less.
Wow.
Oh my god, that's gonna be close.
It's 2 seconds difference on race time.
Wow, dude.
So close. And Spiker getting trolled already. Hasn't taken down the head yet. Still is getting hit by shrimp.
Also, Emil shaking things back off, getting in there, back into 6-2, picking up the controller to do it, but taking that moment to kind of gather himself and just kind of hoping for those demon deaths. But unfortunately, we'll not be getting that. Spiker and TDR wrapping things up. But what a moment for Vigo to just kind of do his thing. But man, Aves is just so exceedingly fast.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, you go that fast and you take big risks, but if you just keep going fast, you can still. That's the second one in a row he's taken deaths and still ended up first.
Unbelievable.
Resident Emil looks like he's going to finish this one out. He's DNF'd in race time GG, but looks like he's going to play on.
Wow. He took a death there at the very end of 6-2, so I think he's probably gonna hang up the hang it up there, or is he not? He's gonna continue on for us. Well, it gives us some time to get things situated, but that is the final race, regardless how things turn out here for the Bomberhead group. Just two exciting groups back to back. I'm not going to have a voice at the end of this here, just from being just so hype about it. But man, it's just I can't believe some of the things that we're seeing here. Just absolute surprises across the board. Was Vigo the spoiler? Did he knock Aves down, or did Aves get the perfect 12 out of this? Just deaths and random things happening, game overs we're seeing, just unbelievable moments.
Yeah, this is a lot of suspense because we have a frame count from race number 2 that was 1 frame off between 2 runners that if these times look accurate, I don't know how that's going to shake out. That could be very important.
Yeah, and this could be a pivotal moment again, because it was Spiker and Vigo kind of dueling there, and Vigo had a really excellent performance here in race 3.
Yeah, I mean, if the frame count is somehow not accurate and Vigo took race 2 and then he ends up taking race 3, that changes everything.
Man, there's
just so much we don't know at this point.
This is unreal. So we're gonna go ahead and start getting people queued up for the next round here. We'll take a breather in between. We got some frame counts kind of happening here, sorting things out. As soon as we have any other details here, we can sort things out on this side here. But regardless what happens here, folks, we've got our Bassacre group coming up next that you guys can look forward to. 3 more races from them, and then we got our Kelberos group, my previous co-commentator, Pensive Moose, in that one. But looking ahead, we got a hell of a group coming up here, Fab. We got Knucklebuster, Slush Filter, Joker, Mighty Steiny, and Heart Prestige for Bassacre. And Knucklebuster, it's one of the baddest, biggest, monstrous runners we're going to have here. Tons of race experience. Amazing showing in NRL last year. Just an absolute, just monstrous.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. So just these times that we have up here currently are preliminary. So we're going off the frame count that we had from the last one, and we're going off what we know right now from race time GG. So this could change, but if this is accurate, this means Aves has 12 points. He sweeps this, goes on to the next round. Spiker would end this with 8, and Vigo would end this with 5 if these times hold. Spiker would be our second to advance into round 2.
So based on the sheer math here and how things could possibly play out here, it looks like that Avis and Spiker will be moving on from what we can see here. No matter how the math shakes up, I mean, Vigo could possibly get himself 1 extra point. It could possibly be 12-7-6 instead of the 12-8-5 that we have here. But I got to say, a big commendation to Vigo, clawing his way back from the first race and having 2 excellent showings back-to-back there. Kind of the same thing we saw with Jim Jamboree, doing a great job in the first round there. A very similar story on that one, just putting in the work and being able to turn things around. But it looks like Mr. Avis and Spiker, your next 2 into the top 16. They'll be playing again next weekend.
Yeah, I'm just getting word from the race mods. It looks like TDR actually had a time in that last race of 13:34, and Spiker looks like a 13:41. So that would change their 2 spots there. Spiker would be 4th, TDR would be 3rd.
Okay. So that would lower his point then to 7 potentially.
Correct.
Okay, but wait a minute. But if there was a switch then between him and Vigo, so he would possibly have as low as 6 points potentially with Vigo being up there. But now the tiebreaker is the average time. Is that correct?
The tiebreaker is the average time. So right now it looks like Spiker has 7, Vigo has 5. And that's if the last frame count was correct, which again was 1 frame of difference. So, if that's correct, that means literally Spiker won round 2 by 1 frame.
So if we look at the averages here, though, Vigo had a really rough race 1 where Spiker had a good one. I think that Spiker would have the higher average regardless here. So I think it's still, no matter how things shake up, if things get kind of called into question here with Spiker, that he's still got it, locked in.
You're right.
Vigo,
You're right. That's probably correct, just based on race time.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, that to me is the most appropriate narrative here. But Vigo put on one hell of a show.
Indeed, that was an incredible showing. I mean, and we knew it was going to happen. He's done so much work with NE%.
All right, sounds good. All right, friends, we're going to take ourselves a quick breather and gather ourselves here for the third group. Massacre coming up. We got 6 more races here tonight, Fab. This was a good one here, but let's go ahead and let's hydrate, stretch, kick back, relax, and enjoy it. We'll be back with you guys with more. All right, friends, welcome back once again. NRL 2022, Group 3 of 8. We're doing 4 groups tonight, 4 groups tomorrow. We got the Massacre group coming in here. We're going to get this one going here. I'm once again joined in the booth by Fabricator General. I can't even talk. I'm still hype from this one. Fab, what did you think of the previous group, man?
That was a group. So we came out of that group and talked about the results from it. We had to frame count like 2 or 3 runs from that group. One thing is definitely for sure a difference between this year and last year is the talent from the runners in this year is so much more tight and increased than it was last year. We've already, I think, frame counted more races than we did in all of year's competition. So that's a huge deal. That means that we're getting lower and more consistent race times from everybody. But we came out knowing that essentially Mr. Ravis took first and Spiker took second out of that group. So they're going to be advancing to round 2.
Right, you are there, Fab. Yeah, it's Aves getting the first perfect 12 out of the gate there. Fantastic, just kind of flexing, doing a really good job across the board there. Spiker's solidifying the spot there, but Vigo making him work for it. Absolutely making him work for it on that one and doing a great job from his standpoint as well there. So that has to be commended. But hey, let's look ahead. Massacre group in front of us here. We got 5 new amazing runners here. Let's talk about them, Fab. Who do we got?
We got KB, the Sultan of Swag, is our top tier runner. He took 2nd place last year in the NRL. He's currently got a PB on SRC of 11:44.1 that puts him in 4th, and that PB was done 6 days ago. So he is top of his game right now. He's also got 163 prior races on race time.
163.
That is correct. So that he's got a lot of race experience. He shows to be 8th place on Racetime GG, but that is inaccurate because I can tell you from experience and just racing casually with him on Racetime GG, he often likes to go in there and do either pacifist or low percent runs against runners that are doing any percent. So that is not a true place for him. He is definitely top tier.
Amazing. Okay.
I'm going to take a break from you real quick. I'm going to get this race room started. We're going to be going in about 1 minute.
Let's get the green flag going here. I think all of our runners are nervous enough. Friends, kick back, relax, and enjoy. We've got another round of Ninja Gaiden coming at you here. 3 more races. You know how it works. Got 1st and 2nd vying for it at this point. Knucklebuster KB is going to be a monster to watch on this one. Again, finishing 2nd last year to the previous champion, Beerful of Belly, BFOB, in NRL 2021. So got something to prove on this one. I expect great things from KB, and definitely an easy odds-on favorite, and like Fab said, on top of his game. So definitely very, very scary here. But Slush, Heart Prestige, Joker, and Mighty Steiny vying potentially for that 2nd position to make it to the top 16 for next week. But KB definitely in a league of his own. All right, friends.
All right, so I just kicked off 15-minute countdown or 15-second countdown. They're going to be starting pretty soon. Our second tier runner there, you'll see him in the top center, Slush Filter, sort of known as like the mad scientist of the community. He's done all sorts of like task work and code dives into this game. Has really helped the community understand this game from the inside out. Really cool runner to watch with a 12:06 PB. I'm not sure how much running he's been doing recently. That PB came a year ago, but he's definitely a good runner to watch with a deep knowledge of this game.
Okay, so timer is away here, it looks like, but it looks like Heart Prestige hasn't reset yet, so we may have a major delay on Heart Prestige's sign, or they just didn't see that the countdown happened. So something to keep in mind, but the other runners are away. We are underway, friends. And I just to kind of piggyback what you were talking about here with Slush Filter, I don't think it's an understatement to say that literally he is the resource with the deepest technical knowledge of Ninja Gaiden 1 out of anyone in the NRL or anyone possibly in the world because of those code dives. He knows this game from the inside and out at a very, very deep level and can speak to it extremely intelligently.
That's right. That's right. Just a note on Heart Prestige. We had a hardware issue there, and Heart Prestige actually, it looked like, started a little bit early, and then our hardware failed to pick up his stream. This actually happened when we did the qualifier race a couple weeks ago, and so he is currently racing. He is at an accurate position there, but he's going to actually be ahead of the rest of the group, and we weren't able to capture the beginning of his run on stream.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for the information there, Fab. So that's going to be interesting to kind of keep that one in mind as we go through this here. But obviously the standings will sort their ways out. But stage 1 in the book, stage 2. All right, let's keep going down the list here. So we just talked about Slush. Let's move on to the next one. Who else we got in this wonderful group here at Massacre?
Joker, kind of a newer runner in Ninja Gaiden. He, if I remember right, holds the world record in Kung Fu. Current PB is 12:13. Got that about a month ago. 10 prior races, ranked 30th on Race Time GG. Has a best race time of 12:21, which is nothing to sneeze at. That's a really great race time.
Well, very good. I mean, Joker, I mean, yeah, Kung Fu does sound accurate, so definitely no stranger to speedrunning at a high level where it requires very tight execution, and Ninja Gaiden is a very demanding game in that regard as well. So expect good things from Joker, and we'll see how things go with that one then. Who else we got?
Yeah, looking like Slush Filter took a really short death there in 2-2. Just wanted to point that out. Next is Mighty Steiny. He competed last year.
Oh no! The Godhammer there from Slush. The global timer flexing once again.
Oh no, that's a bad death to take. We were doing offline races earlier, and I took that exact same death, and if I remember right, it was about 20 to 25 seconds of loss. Wow. Having to go back through 2-2 there.
All right, as you were saying about Mighty Steiny.
Mighty Steiny, he competed last year in NRL, took 17th place, so he's got some experience in racing and doing this before. This is not his first rodeo. Current PB is 12:38. Got that about 11 months ago, so around the same time of year. Got 19 prior races under his belt with a best of a 12:48. A 12:48 is an excellent race time, by the way, for somebody with a PB of 12:38 in a race. Being 10 seconds off your PB in a race is a heck of a showing there.
Oh my God, yeah.
So he's got some experience.
Well, very good. That's 4 wonderful runners. And who's our tier 5 in this group?
Tier 5 is going to be Heart Prestige, also known as HP. He's got a current PB of 12:56. Got that 3 days ago. So currently just grinding the game down. Currently ranked 47th on Race Time GG, but only 6 prior races in there, so that's not surprising. Just not an NRL runner from last year. Not sure how much race experience he's had casually, but definitely has been working recently on this. Look, oh my goodness, Joker just butt clench Clift. Did you see that?
I didn't. I was looking over to see what Mighty Steiny was doing as far as the setup goes, but if Joker went for that, something that is totally not race safe.
He's insane. I heard this about him, that he's just ham all the time. The only other runner I think I've seen do that in a race was Razul from last year. Did a butt clench Cliff just to do it and nailed it. And absolutely incredible.
I also heard, I believe that unfortunately we missed it on the commentary side of things, but I think Emil did Gates of Hell in the previous race as well. So even though things didn't go well, he got Gates of Hell also in 5-2.
That's an even harder strat. I have no idea how you pull that off.
Unreal. All right, let's see. So do we wrap up Heart Prestige's work here on that side? Because there's some good stats there.
That's right. So the thing to remember there is a 12:56 PB happened 3 days ago. So Heart Prestige is currently grinding the game, on the grind, and so a fresh runner that's top of his game.
Once again, I mean, even though I talked about the dominance of KB here, just 5 very, very talented runners here in this group, just across the board. All right, let's see here. So, just kind of taking the lay of the land of what we've got. Obviously, HP had that that earlier start that we didn't pick up on, starting the rage stage. In stage 5, we have KB on his way. Joe Kerr a little bit of ahead. Mighty Steiny also in 4-3. Slush had some difficulty. Is also on his way, wrapping up 4-2. So we got a pretty tight field here, all things considered.
That's right. Joker kind of hot on the heels of KB so far. He's running a good race. One thing to look for with KB, I call him the Sultan of Swag. I've also called him the Professor. He does a lot of work in just every ninja stream, helping people out, teaching people strats. And if you watch his runs, he may not do it as much in races, but he loves to just do just little swaggy stuff here and there, fancy movement, grabbing points for no reason, things like that to make his runs interesting to watch. And he's a really fun runner to watch because of that.
I always like that when people put like their personal stamp on things or have their own little flourishes that they kind of add to a run rather than just kind of like running the route and kind of either improving or having their own little ways of doing things that, you know, maybe in a race setting don't really lose that much time, but you know they show like this is me. You know, take a look at these strats, what we got here. Slush coming into stage 5. Joe Kerr trying to work their way through. KB though in 5-2. Mighty Steiny trying to work through as well, and Heart Prestige with that pretty decent lead into 5-3. We'll see how that kind of sorts things out, but with the difference there, KB definitely I would say is in first position.
Yeah, we're going to try to get an idea of how far ahead Heart Prestige is. I haven't heard from the race mods yet just how far ahead he is.
And we'll have to get some kind of key points about, you know, when what the timer is showing at certain points. Maybe that can kind of help dictate where we're at. But we have most of our runners now in 5-2 and KB in 5-3. Some kind of scary points. Again, this is the big ratchet up in difficulty I was mentioning before. But those initial jitters, you kind of have to get out of the way here. These runners have been watching. Oh, look at this. Slush Filter taking a game over toward the end of 5-2. That's a big one.
That is a big one. I mean, that starts him back over at the beginning of 5-2. The good thing is that he's going to get Spin Slash back because of this, but it's still a huge time loss. You got to go all the way back through 5-2.
Yeah, and right now with how everyone's running, wow, very clean climbs from Joker. Oh my God, he's known for his climbs, right? Because these are unreal what I was seeing there.
He is excellent at climbs. I just got word that it looks like HB's mall split was 9:20, so we can compare that to everybody as they get through Malth here. We can compare that to the time you see on screen. That'll give you an idea of how much far ahead HP is as far as the broadcast goes. So it looks like he's probably 20 seconds ahead as far as the broadcast goes from Knucklebuster, if that's accurate.
Yeah, that's what we saw. Well, very good. Slush coming into 5-3. Malth down on Joker's side. Mighty Steiny wrapping things up there. So Heart Prestige, he's in there. I mean, he's in the hunt for a podium position for sure. All right, KB 6-2. Heart Prestige going the long way, not going to try to take a nap on the wall there. If you're not feeling comfortable about those climbs, that's, you know, quick and easy and clean. But Hell Hallway coming up on HP's screen. Joe Kerg into 6-1. Mighty Steiny also there, and Slush not too far behind, but apparently took a death. Just no longer has Spin Slash.
Yeah, he's been working at low percent. He's doing a good job of working at low percent, but he's having a hard time of it here.
Yeah, sometimes the first race jitters, you're gonna have to kind of dial it in. But will Slush be like Vigo and Jim Jam?
He's got 1 health left. I'm not sure he can get through this. He's gonna have to time this jump. No.
Oh wow.
That's a tight jump to get without damage there. You got to wait for him to walk forward, and it's very tight.
Taking another game over in 5-3. Wow, Slush having a hard go of it, unfortunately. Wow. KB making his way back through 6-3. He's motoring him. He's
Miles. Oh, HP just taking a death. Having trouble getting through the bird boost area in 6-3.
No spin slash for HP going into the final 3. So he's gonna mash that clown nose out. It may be a small time loss, but if you get mash locked, that can kind of get out of hand.
That's right. If you can mash through the clown nose pretty quickly, you know, if you've got a pretty good mash, it's maybe a 2 or 3 second time loss. If you get stuck there or mash locked, and you start getting hit by the juggling, it's an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, that one's really rough. That's for sure. KB taking care of clown nose. Heart Prestige mashing it down. That DPS just enough to do it. Very clean and consistent.
I must have missed it, but I just got word that KB pulled off Eggs Benny going into 6-3.
He's going for everything. He's going absolutely for everything.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Oh wow, Joe Kerr amazingly not picking up that the art of the fire wheel at the very end there, taking that spin slash into it. Here we go on the demon for KB. Oh, look at that. Clean and consistent. The shrimp said no, but
Very good.
KB is putting his final stamp on that absolutely crushing victory on this one.
Wow. Preliminary race time of 11:55 for KB.
Oh my God. 11.5x in a race setting, the first sub 12. Wow, dude. Doesn't that match the best? I think TRR's best from last year was like 11.55, yeah?
Let me look at our sheet real quick. It looks like his TRR's, I'm not sure if it was last year in competition, but his best race that TRR's pulled off on race time was an 11:50 flat.
Wow, man. That's a heater of a run from KB. Just basically saying, look, I came here to play, and just doing a really great job across the board there for KB. But just a dominant performance. HP wrapping things up, as does Joe Kerr. Mighty Steiny coming into the demon. Hell Hallway for Slush Filter. Steiny opting to kill the tail. And Shrimp playing nice. He's got plenty of health. Gonna mash it out and does a nice job there. Very good kill. Slush going into 6-3.
It looks like we're having to work on where our race mods are checking streams and making sure the times are accurate. It looks like our race time finish times are accurate. So we're gonna get actual times from splits or VODs if need be, but we'll have the second and third place results here shortly.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about who was first on this one. That's for sure. My goodness gracious here, but Mighty Stunning closing it out, as does HP. Slush Filter on his way.
Or Slush, 2 game overs and still running. That is punishing.
Now look at this.
The good
His health
news
is not great, and he's going for this.
Yeah, he's still running. I mean, and he's perfectly capable. The good news is this is just race 1. And like we talked about earlier, you have a terrible race 1 like this, jitters are gone. This is as bad as you can get if you're Slush Filter. Race 2 is free. So hopefully, he's still a very capable runner. This is only 1 race for him. This does not knock him out at all. This
is a very unique way of fighting. Like, he kind of went left to right. That's a nice Jackio that Slush just displayed there. I like that strat.
It kind of reminds me of how Aquas used to fight Jackio.
Yeah, you're right. And here we are at the demon. Let's see if Slush can close it out. Now, keep in mind, I think Slush is our tier 2 for this group, so definitely no slouch, knows his Ninja Gaiden extremely well. But the tail and the shrimp not letting up. Oh, the demon winning on that one, unfortunately, so that's going to be a DNF for Slush.
Oh,
I think at this point, Slush is glad that this one's finally done with, and can move on with a clean slate for the next one.
That hurts just from a pride perspective. I think that's hard, getting 2 game overs and running through it and seeing you still got time to complete it, and then having the demon just troll you like that. That's just, to be honest, y'all, that's just Ninja Gaiden right there.
Yeah, agreed. I guess, and one thing that we haven't said today that I think that should be said is that at any level, at any amount of time, completing this game is difficult and noteworthy and is an achievement of itself. I mean, you watch some people that grind out the game and it's just automatic. This game is very difficult. Ninja Gaiden is a brutal game from start to finish and is both mentally and physically taxing in its own regard. And so just coming out here and coming in and playing for us in front of all of you people and putting this on for us, that should be commended. All 40 of these people you see here today, big thanks to them. They're all skilled, all highly skilled players in their own right to make it here and to qualify for the NRL and to be here. But there it is, friends. That's the end of the second race, I believe. Oh no, first race. I'm sorry. I'm time warping here. First race that we've got, and there are the preliminary results. We have KB. That's sub 12 out of the gate, just absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, that's huge. I'm getting word from the race mods. It was actually an 11:54. That's just
it's even faster.
It's actually, yeah, it's faster. If that was even possible, it is a sick race time. That's a high. I mean, he took second place last year in NRL. This is his game. This is absolutely his game. He's going to be a force. Come round 2 and round 3, he is a force to reckon with here.
KB making a name and setting the tone right out of the gate. Let this one be known. He has come to play and he is ready and hungry and just this is a new year and he's like, you know what? I took second last year. This year I'm here. I'm here for real.
That's right. If that is a message, that it is loud and clear for sure.
Amazing. All right, friends. So there's your tentative results that we have there. KB with a monstrous first. Joe Kerr, silver in second place. Mighty Steiny rounding out the podium in third. Heart Prestige in fourth, and Slush Filter taking that unfortunate DNF after having a pretty rough run. But I fully expect Slush is going to gather himself and have a better performance here for the second round for us. KB though, can he keep this heater of a pace throughout? Are we going to have 3 sub 12s in a row? You know, how big of a flex would that be? That's just monstrous though, to maintain the level of precision and skill and consistency that you need to operate at that, even for just 3 times, but 3 no resets in a row under a race settings like that to me is just unreal.
Indeed, and you can't count out Joker. That was a heck of a run from Joker there. A 12:37 is a good race run, especially with a PB of a 12:13. That's on your game. If you're 20 seconds over your PB in a race, you're on your game.
Yeah, Joe Kerr looking real good, and definitely hitting above his weight class as well at this point, but putting himself in a good spot. But still, 2 races to go to finally tell the story and tell the tale to see how this wraps up here this evening. But Fab, I'll let you do your thing here. We're going to go back to the race screen, and we'll get ready for the next one. And hope, again, everyone here that is hanging out, I want to thank the viewers as well for being here and supporting everybody, supporting the Ninja Gaiden community and what we're doing here. Glad to have you here. And as a friendly reminder, please support the runners as well for taking the time out of their lives to come out here and put on the show for us and provide the entertainment. It is really appreciated that they put in some great work. And, a lot of these runners, they're just wonderful people across the board here. Just great to have them. And the love and support and the camaraderie across the board here is it's unmatched. And it's... Yeah, you love to see it. You really do. All right, friends. So race 2 will be starting here momentarily. We're just waiting on getting everybody situated and sorted out on our side. And we'll be getting it.
All right, 15-second timers go, so we'll be going here momentarily.
Very excited, Fab. That was a heck of a first race to start with. KB with a dominant performance. Can he do it again?
My guess is yes. That is my guess. Whether or not it includes Eggs Benny, I don't know. But have to say, if I see another sub 12, I wouldn't be surprised.
Amazing. And I believe we are underway. Timer has started, and Heart Prestige a little bit closer this time around now, so not too bad. We got Slush, KB, everyone starting off here. We're back on the mean streets. Gonna go down to the pub and grab ourselves a little drink, and hope there's no axe wielding person kind of blocking our way.
That's right. Looks like I think Knucklebuster probably 4 or 5 seconds behind the group as far as stream delay goes. Something to keep an eye on.
Good to know for that mental note that we have here as everyone going into the pub, and oh no, it's a mess, and there's a dude with an axe. Oh wait, he's already dead.
Yeah, he looks big and scary, but kind of a pushover.
I really root for the barbarian sometimes. Maybe he's gonna win one of these days.
He tries. He's got the look. He's got the look.
even when he's dead, he's still swinging the axe.
That's right.
Oh my god. Anyway, coming into Act 2, we got our groups together here, and I'm gonna keep eyes on Joe Kerr and watch his climbs here, just because we got a few ladders, and especially when we get to stage 4. I'm excited to see his work here. KB is just an absolute machine across the board here, but if there's anyone that could catch him, I think Joe Kerr could be a really good competitor.
Yeah, if KB slips at all, you got to expect Joker's right on his heels. He's running a really good race so far.
But that's the scary thing, Fab. I don't really think KB really makes mistakes. It's basically automatic.
You're probably right. And when things go wrong, be it global timer, RNG, whatever, KB has probably one of the largest backup repertoires of any runner out there. He's the world record holder of low percent. He knows every strat in the book and how to back up anything that goes wrong.
So on paper and even in practice, just an absolute monster, well-rounded across the board. Just amazing amounts of race practice. Low percent world record holder. NRL experience, finishing second last year. Just put up a 11.5x for his first time, 11.54 as it were here on NRL. Like, what can stop him? I mean, it's just this overpowered person here. It's like he should have his own tier, it seems.
Yeah, he is definitely top of the top tiers. I mean, it's gonna be when we get to see him and Arcus and Retro Runner and Black Squall all go at it. They are top tier runners, and that's going to be really exciting. And they all have race experience. They're all extremely consistent. It's going to be really fun to see. Joker having to go back for the flame there. It looks like he missed the star throw.
And that's a tough one. I mean, you can kind of use the treetops kind of as your visual guide for that, which is kind of nice. But I mean, getting that input, you have to do. This is the thing that infuriates me about Ninja Gaiden, though. You have to do a true up input to get a sub weapon to come out. If you have any sort of diagonal input for it, it will just not happen.
That's right. It's a pure up and slash input. Otherwise, you get nothing. Yeah, really great race being run so far. Mighty Steiny, Slush Filter, Heart Prestige, all really close here. I mean, no big errors thus far.
Well, here's the great divide. But Cliff Joker goes for it and pays for it this time.
Oh, there it is.
The death by hubris, maybe. You can go for safer strats, but Joker just going, pardon my language, friends, cover your ears if you need to, just balls to the wall.
That's right. I mean, but that is such a risky. It's a 40 to 45 second time loss. I think it's a 2-frame window trick. It's so hard to pull off. Unbelievable. He went for it twice in a row.
You know what? He's gonna go for it. He's gonna do his own thing, and just like that's the gamble that you pay for. Either you do it's monster swag. He goes for it again. Just no fear.
Unbelievable.
All right, here we go into stage 4 for the majority of the other folks here. Low percent on Joker's side on Massacre. Just kind of hanging out there in the middle, getting the slashes in when you can. And we're into 4-2. KB and Slush, pretty nice and clean. We got a close race here between.
Steiny is right there too.
Wow,
I
hard
think
too.
Tiny and Slush just dropped into 4-2 at the exact same time almost.
This is very, very good here as far as this goes. Unfortunately, I wish Joker would have got that butt clench Cliff. The risky fast strat you can do there at the end of 3-2. I wish you would have got that to stay competitive with the rest of them. But hey, who knows? I mean, anything can happen in Ninja Gaiden, as we've seen tonight, and we'll continue to see. Oh, KB flubbing the damage boost onto the ladder there.
You know, he may not have charged up the view. I don't know. It's possible he forgot to charge up the view.
I mean, he left his charger at home. I mean, the View runs out of battery. Like, it's, you know, we've all been there.
That's right. It happens.
Oh man. Well, anyway, back to the action here. Slush Filter definitely dialed things back in and definitely running a tighter race than previous year. And I knew he would. I knew he absolutely would. You just need to get those initial jitters out of the way. Mighty Steiny not getting that bullet boost set up on that one here, so having to go the long way down. Slush Filter coming into Kelbros, Heart Prestige right there. KB also there. We got a tight running race here between the top three here.
Yeah, this is a great run race. They're all so close. And Slush is running his race now. I mean, he is on the ball now. This is what we expected to see from Slush.
Yeah, this is him coming to play now. He's showing, hey, I'm still here. I'm an OG ninja, and don't you guys forget it, and we never will.
The Slush he got the manip, but he got the bad hammer with the manip, and he wasn't able to jump up into it. Ended up having to flip flop anyway.
Oh, here we go, flipping and flopping. KB on Slush's heels, and actually look at this, Slush getting kind of hung up there for a little bit.
He did.
Getting past Mighty Steiny, now the shootout between Slush and KB. Now remember, KB's got like that 5-second delay that kind of playing into this here, so that's actually a larger gap than what we're seeing on screen.
That's right. Heart Prestige running a really good race so far. I'm not sure what his pace is, but remember, Heart Prestige's PB is 12:56. He's running a really good race here right now.
Yeah, definitely hitting above the weight class. I get just more tier 5 magic once again.
For real, our tier 5s have just outperformed. I mean, it's silly. We had to create tiers in order to, place people by PB and seed them. But as you can see, it means almost nothing in races.
Very nice there, Knucklebuster and Slush getting through 5-2 on to 5-3. Let's go. Joker on to 5-1. Mighty Steiny and Heart Prestige also in 5-2. Heart Prestige going up and over the top there, not having to worry about the lemon drop or gates of hell or what have you. Moving on to 5-3 as well, keeping tight and close. This is a nice one. This is a really good second race, a good transitional race for this group here. But KB, it's not as dominant this time around. I mean, he's definitely got some company.
Yeah, Slush is right on his heels here for sure. This is exactly where we expected Slush to be as well.
Yeah, this is a Slush we knew would eventually come out to play, and he definitely has. Oh, look at this, KB taking the damage boost through there. He had the 5 Nimpo, didn't even want to worry about the canceling. One tick of health left to get through the end of 5-3 there, and Malth is down.
Yeah, KB knows all those strange ways of boosting through things. Remember, KB traded the pacifist world record back and forth with Edo just over and over and over again. Edo finally took it back about 2 months ago, but they traded that back and forth. It was fun to watch, and he knows what he's doing even without the sword.
Edo is part of the Demon Group. We'll be playing tomorrow, so friends, if you want to see the Zen Master himself at work, definitely be here tomorrow for that group, and you will not be disappointed, I can guarantee.
Slush getting chewed up here in 6-1 a little bit. I think he's going to be about 10 or 11 seconds behind KB going into that 6-2 door.
Yeah, also that health deficit also kind of hurts here going into 6-2. It's kind of scary.
And I think Joker has caught back up with Mighty.
He has. In grand fashion, by the way. Joker not deterred in any way here. Doing a pretty good job. Joker and Mighty Steiny also taking things down. Heart Prestige on 6-1. Slush 6-2. Long ladder for KB. Kind of being A little bit slower on the climbs there for that one, but into Hell Hallway with more than enough Nimpo to work with. Let's see if he goes for Eggs Benny. Oh, almost takes the death there. Catches himself. That could be, you can die during those transitions. Oh, no Eggs Benny. He went for it though.
Yeah, there was no hollandaise sauce there.
No, kitchen's closed. I mean, it's kind of late tonight. I mean, it's kind of a brunch food, man. Like, I don't know. But yeah, no hollandaise. Not this time around, at least. But
Yeah,
Slush
says no.
Slush in 6-3 as well. I mean, what a turnaround for Slush, by the way. And just like basically just flipping a switch, like,
Yep.
amazing. Just kind of shook the rust off instantly.
Yep, that's, I mean, and that right there is exactly what we've seen so many times, is the first race just never goes right. I don't know what it is about the first race, but just it's cursed. And once you get that out of your system, you know, you run your game from then on out. Wow, he is amazingly Slush, extremely low on health here. There we go.
Okay, so real talk. KB almost died in the final 3 there coming into it. He was down to 1 pip of health at the door.
Wow, it's so close on both of them there. Joker, by the way, has now overrun Mighty Steiny.
And from what I'm hearing in chat, I think that Joker got Eggs Benny as well.
Unbelievable.
Oh, Heart Prestige taken. Okay, that looked like that was an intentional death at the start of 6-3, so that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. I'm really curious as to HP's pace here.
Oh, Shrimp
I guess
being
probably a little bit off PB.
unkind. Look at this. KB trying to have kind of bobbing and weaving.
Oh my goodness, he's in trouble. This is dangerous.
And he
pulls it off.
flushes it out. KB, what a legend.
Wow.
Slush also having to do some fancy footwork and clutches out. What a great job, Slush. Good job, bud.
Yeah, that was a really good finish from Slush. Race time number on Slush is 12:23. That's a very good race run.
And look at this. Slush just kind of stepping back up and saying, "Yeah, I'm tier 2. I came to play 2. Here I am."
That's
and doing
right.
a great job there. Well deserved.
That's right. If he gets, I mean, he just needs one more of those runs, and he can take it back. He can make up for that DNF in the first race.
Yeah, rough beginning, but you know what? Picking yourself up like that in and of itself is a skill.
Agreed.
Joker on the demon. Jockio down on Mighty Steiny. This is a good run from Mighty Steiny too, I might add.
It really is. This is going to be.
Uh-oh, Heart Prestige can't mash out the clown nose, looking like. Getting juggled.
This could be bad.
If you don't know how to do
my
this could be
goodness.
scary.
It's going to be close. He needs one more. Mighty Steiny taking down the demon. Really low on health. That was a close kill, but he got it.
Kind of scary there for Heart Prestige, but getting through the clown nose. 2 bosses to go to round this one out. Left side Jockio. A little bit of mash action there looking like. Getting 2 or 3 good cuts. And there we go, Jockio down. 1 more to go for Heart Prestige to wrap this one up here, and race 2 will be in the books.
So far, we have KB with a 12:09, Slush with a 12:23, Joker with a 13:08, and Steiny with a 13:32.
Heart Prestige bobbing and weaving, avoiding these shrimp, doing a pretty good job, doing some light mashing on the hearts. Oh, the shrimp are coming in fast and furious, but HP finishing it up. Nice job. All right, friends. So, as we'll see on the transition here real fast. KB winning that round again with a 12:09 preliminary time of what we have here. This is all from Racetime GG. Slush in second position, re-upping his ninja license in front of us all with a 12:23. We got Joe Kerr, 13:08 in third position, rounding out that podium. Mighty Steiny, 13:32, and Heart Prestige clocking in with a 14:37 to round it out on that one. But Slush coming back up after having that DNF on the first one, doing a great job to get back right on that podium there and putting himself back in the hunt. KB trying to get that perfect 12 with having those 8 points.
Yeah, so that's going to put Slush and Mighty Steiny with 3 and Joker with 5. So this is going to be close. Slush is going to have to pull off another either second or first place finish and hope that Joker gets like a fourth or fifth place finish.
Yeah,
competitive here.
That's the big thing. Now we know. Here's the thing, Fab. We know Joe Kerr is just going for it. He's just going in. He's going to go for butt clench. Even when he died, he went for it again. How many times can you go to the well until it's too many?
That's right. That's right. And you never know. I mean, I assume we're going to see the same thing from Joker again.
I don't doubt it.
If he did it in the second run, you got to see him do it in the third. If we're going to see another butt clench Cliff and Eggs Benedict sort of run, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, all that said, and he died at butt clench Cliff, took a 45-second loss there, and still ended up with a third place finish.
Yeah, how about it? I mean, that run between Slush and him, if he didn't take that death, how close would that have been? Man, that'd been absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Because Joe also had to fight Bassiker low percent. He didn't go down to the lower route to grab the Art of the Fire Wheel too, so we saw him jumping and slashing. Now, that being said, friends, kick back, relax here. We'll have the third race up and running here soon. KB looking to try to round this one out. To move on to that top 16 again, friends, first and second advance, that's it. And we have a few people in the hunt here for this one. Slush coming back on this one. Joe Kerr trying to round things out. KB with, again, another very, very low time. And he's putting himself in a very good position to be seated very highly going into next week. And that's a nice spot to be in overall. So we're excited. But keep it here, friends. More racing action to come. One more race to wrap up for this group, and we still have another group tonight, friends. The Kelberos group coming up after this one. Our friend Pensive Moose in that one, along with 4 other wonderful ninjas, and more runs to come.
Yeah, that one's going to be fun. Pensive Moose, PGH Guitar Guy, Fongers, Pistachio Daddy-O, and Thumb Brothers coming up after this in the next group. I just gave them the 30-second warning, so we will be racing here momentarily.
Now, to kind of give a preview about the next group, I just said that I refer to this one as the wild card group. There's a bunch of just wild personalities in that group overall, and just people that they can do amazing things, and the game can also be very mean to them. You know, from what we've seen overall. And Pensive Moose is the first person to say that he didn't really have a lot of race experience coming into this, even though he's been around the game for a very, very long time. But he's feeling good. He's feeling real good about it, and I'm curious to see how he plays.
You know, and I think he's turned a new leaf. That we talked to him, you know, maybe a week or two ago, and he said, "I'm gonna play my game. I'm gonna go all at it. I'm gonna go ham. That's just what I do." Very similar to how we've seen Joker run. Very similar to how we saw Lane Rainer run last year. Just, I'm gonna run my route. I'm gonna go for PBs. I go as fast as I can. I don't care if it's a race or not. But in the last week, we've heard from him, and he said, you know what? I've actually been practicing some race strats, and I've done more no reset runs than I've ever done before. And he may have just become a consistent race runner. We'll have to find out.
Yep. Only one way to find out. You have to keep it here, folks. But hey, last race here for Passiker. This is our third race of the group here. We'll see how this one wraps up. Can KB be the second person get the perfect 12 points to stamp their ticket to the top 16? Will it be Joe Kerr or Slush Filter in the hunt for the second position to round things out? Slush is gonna be feeling really good after that last round, kind of calming the nerves. What do you think, Fab?
Yeah, he's been talking a little bit in race time, and he says he's here to have fun, and he's having a good time. So really good attitude from Slush. I think you're right. He's probably pretty comfy. If I'm him here, I'm nervous as heck. If I'm here, I want either first or second place, and I want Joker to go for butt clinch Cliff again. That's what I want if I'm Slush.
Oh God! Wow.
Close there with Tyson. So close.
Oh man, and we have seen people die to that. That does happen, but he got that extra pixel to get on the edge there. He got very lucky.
That's right. Yeah, and that's the story of this race right here is, can Joker solidify that second place, or is Slush going to try to take it away from him? That's the big question. And they've got to be, I think, 2 spaces apart for Slush to be able to do that, because currently Joker has a 2-point lead.
So Mighty Steiny and Heart Prestige, also no slouches by any means, putting in the work. I'm expecting some good things from them here in this final race, and we'll see how things work out for them. KB just continuing this dominance that they've had. Wow, nice little drop there. I thought he was going to go for the frame perfect drop. It was pretty low, but also safe at the same time. He knows those consistent strats.
Oh, he's going for low percent. Look at this. He didn't even use the fire shield.
Look at this.
He doesn't need it. He doesn't need the fire shield.
Wow. Yeah, doesn't even worry about it. But those are some very tight slashes that you have to do on those too. That's very scary normally.
Oh, HP just got hit by that hammer and took a dunk in the pit there. Luckily, that's probably not a huge time loss. Maybe 10 or 15 seconds.
Yeah, fingers crossed on that one. Hopefully, we'll see how that turns out for HP. Bomberhead being taken care of here, looks like.
He's still trying. You can see him trying. He's still slashing at him.
Just swinging that chain all the way to the end.
That's right.
It's like these bosses don't even know that they're dead when they're already dead, but they got to keep fighting. Here we are in a 3-1. Oh, KB getting a little back boost there. I like this boost that KB takes up onto the top of the platform that they're popping over, but however, he had to wait for the bullets there since he kind of got pushed back. So Slush now alongside Mighty Steiny for 3-2, and Joker right there as well. So here we go. All eyes are going to be on Joker at the end of this one. Will he go for it again, and will he get it is the question.
My goodness.
No matter the outcome, I mean, you have to just recognize and tip your hat on this one. The fact that Joker has consistently gone for it and didn't even do a backup.
Double bird boost.
Look at this.
Gets double bird boost as well. There's no way he's going for Bumble Tumble. He doesn't have the health.
Here we go.
Wow.
Oh, and again takes the dead. There it is.
Oh my God.
And you know he's going to go for it again. You know he's going to go for it again. This is how he's going to carve his legacy at this one.
This is it. I mean, if he doesn't hit it again, that's how Slush gets 2 points on him. That's how you separate that differential.
Again, just going to the well. I fully respect it. You go for the hard strats and you go for it on this big stage that we have here for this, and you just gotta go for it. But let's see it again. Is it gonna go for it? He didn't go for the firewall, so it's gonna be another low percent. Goes for it and gets hit again. That's it. Going to the well too many times. Will he do it a third time, Fab? At this point, is it just pride?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he nailed double bird boost. He's going for everything every time.
Just gotta run your race. But you know what? You said that Slush was coming out just for fun, and that's why we're here. And I hope everyone here is having a fun time with this, because that's what it's meant to be. Yes, it's a competitive stage. Right. Yes, we're running a race, but man, it's just a fun time for all of us to get together and just enjoy the mutual love that we all have for this game.
100%. He's running his race. This is his brand, and he's all over it.
Oh, come on, Joe. Let's get it, man. Let's do it. I believe.
Unbelievable.
Now this is where I want. So we've had this. This is 3 times where it's frustrating, but you know what? We got to get the hands up, chat. We're gonna give Joker your energy to have that butt clench actually happen here. 4th time's a charm, I believe. Shifting focus. Shifting
KB
focus
is probably a good 6 or 7 seconds ahead of Slush at this point, I think.
Got it. Good to know on that side here. And
Mighty Steiny.
Oh, taking the unfortunate death. Now he's on 0 at this point. He's taken 2 deaths, so that game over is looming. And Joker going. We got this.
There it is.
Big shout outs to Joe Kerr and much love for putting on a show for the people.
Yeah, I'm hearing from race mods that Joker is cracking up laughing on stream right now. He's having a blast.
And that's what you love to hear there. Yeah, it's just a hero of the people here for our enjoyment and just putting in the work for all of us. Unbelievable. And hey, talk about putting in the work. KB and Slush real close together up top there.
Yeah, Slush running a good race again here. He's on point.
Now, here's something interesting. Mighty Steiny on that game over does not have spin slash. He's going to have to low percent Kelberos.
Oh, that is not a fun thing to do.
No, that one's really rough.
And that is all about mash. If you've got a great mash, you can get through it relatively easily and quickly. If you miss that first mash opportunity, if you miss any jumps or any slashes there, it is a bear to get through.
I was one slash away once from a pedestal kill, and that I can only imagine the feeling of getting that. I would love to see Mighty Steiny do that here for us.
Oh, it would be great. We'll have to see.
That's a respectable amount of damage. He got mash locked on 2 of those jumps, but that's respectable. Do half the health there just right on the opening.
Oh, but he's only got 2 hits of health. He's got to be so careful. For those of you who don't know, one of those doggos, as we call it, is a decoy. And so you can kill one of them completely, but it won't end it.
Nice
Very
job,
nicely done. Good discipline on his part, staying safe there.
My apologies there, Fab. But yeah, you're right. One decoy on that one. You just want to just go for the fast doggo, and that's the one that actually takes the damage. You can kill the smaller one. It will go away if you really want to do some slashes at it, but yeah, it's going to take some time.
Right, it won't end the stage for you, so. And occasionally you can spawn a third.
What? I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, from what I understand, you can get a third doggo there. I don't fully understand how that works, but I'm sure a low percent or pacifist could explain.
And I'm sure, you know who else could explain? Freaking Slush Filter here, doing a great job keeping pace with KB, fighting tooth and nail, both of them in 5-3, putting on one hell of a show. Mighty Steiny, by the way, did take that game over in 5-1.
Nicely done. Looks like Slush is going to round out 5-3. Did KB just get B-Fob's ghost?
Yeah, he's flexing.
Wow. Wow.
He knows what he's doing. Like, people were just mugging for the crowd now. I love it. I love it.
Unbelievable.
And
these runners.
Amazing.
I can't believe it. These are showmen right here. That's what this is. Unbelievable.
It's good. Just flexing for the crowd, just having a great old time with this. This is great. By the way, speaking about great, freaking Heart Prestige looking for the podium on this run, by the way. Just want to call that out there.
Indeed, running a good race. I mean, he's quite a bit ahead of Mighty Steiny here, so he's got it. He just needs to stay on pace.
We know both Joker and Mighty Steiny did take game overs at this point here, so Heart Prestige just trying to keep it on the straight and narrow and do the best that they possibly can here. KB and Slush in a shootout here. KB obviously a little bit of a small delay, but Slush right there with them, just in case if KB makes any mistakes. This is Slush's race to win potentially.
And that could be a huge deal for him. Again, he just needs to differentiate himself with points from Joker in order to be able to take that second place spot.
And that narrative is very much on the table after having the Cliff being the great decider of that one and Joker being where he is now. Now, will Mighty Steiny be the spoiler on this one, though, is the question. Can he keep Joker at bay? Will Joker get that 5th position or 4th, or will he climb higher? We'll see. As we're in 6-3 here for Slush and KB.
Like KB's got a pretty good lead of Slush still. Probably 7 or 8 seconds at least.
Also, we got another order of eggs Benny happening that occurred. And look at this, the pickle boost. Now, does he clench it here? Let's see. Does he? He does not. He doesn't save the time because that first the swordsman spawned.
I've got a little bit weird jump there going to the last screen. Got caught on the ladder.
Saw that. That was kind of weird. Like he went into the climb pose, but just didn't go up there.
Right. Seemed to clear relatively quickly. Stop.
Oh, Slush taking a death at the end of 6-3. Oh no!
Oh, it's such a trolly hammer spot right there. I mean, luckily he's still solidly in second place.
Yes. He's got to hope for something crazy on KB's side here, but that one definitely hurts from just a morale standpoint.
Oh wow, he was able to jump that hammer bro from the pattern. He had a problem with the bird boost there. That's hard to jump that hammer bro and land on the platform there.
Speaking about hammer bro, that was almost a parting gift that he just got there, but was able to avoid. Fantastic job, nice job. Demon side on KB. Let's see if he clutches out, get that perfect 12.
Oh, bad.
Hey, there it is, KB. Your perfect 12 and your winner will be moving on.
That's a pretty fast race time there. I think that's a 12 flat.
Wow.
For KB.
All right, Slush taking care of the clown nose. Heart Prestige is charging. Got Joker and Mighty Steiny also running their races in 6-2. Look at that crispy climb for Joker up the long ladder.
Wow.
Somebody make a gif of that. That's a thing of beauty.
Slush taking down Jackie O is a good kill. I think it was an extra half cycle or so from what he wanted, but good consistent kill.
Into the demon. Deep breath. Here we go.
You gotta wonder if he knows how far behind he is. He's not cutting the tail so far.
He's doing like the little peekaboo strat. And he does it. Slush wrapping this up here. Now, the narrative is this. What will happen between Mighty Steiner and Joe Kerr?
That's right. Steiny's ahead. And so is Heart Prestige. Heart Prestige is still fighting Jackie-O.
So this is the thing. I mean, obviously, it's Slush has put in the work as best as possible. Could not keep up, and try to keep up with KB, but has done the best he possibly can at this point.
Right. It's just all up to where Joker places.
Mighty Steiny.
Oh, he's getting chewed up.
Goes back. He goes back for the time stop. Just like, you know what? F this. Here we go. Let's go. Heart Prestige on the demon.
Oh, he made it in the door with one that was so close.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he just hugged the clown nose.
I don't think he knew he didn't have Spin Slash.
Yeah, he just kind of went up there, and that was just muscle memory. Jackie-O down on Mighty Steiny. Heart Prestige also killing the demon. Let's go.
Yeah, Heart Prestige room with a 1357.
Oh wow, Mighty Steiny with the bullet hell shrimp avoids all of them amazingly.
Yeah, he's still damageless other than the head.
Nice job, Mighty Steiny wrapping it up there, and also a middle platform kill from Joker. Very cool strats there. And here we go, one final demon kill.
That's it. I think that's it, though. I think that put Slush. I think that turned the table and put Slush into second place.
And he did it.
Wow.
He clipped through the demon because he got pushed into it and just like, nope, I'm going to go up top on that one. I'm surprised he didn't go behind for that one. But hey, look at this. We're going to see how things point out, though. But Slush taking a DNF on the first race and battling back, and he's possibly going to get second to clinch the group. Unbelievable.
Incredible.
Just living up to his name, the Code Ninja himself.
Unbelievable. That last race, that was... I had no idea. Like, going into that, I can't imagine. I mean, that's exactly what Slush Filter needed. Yeah, Joker but had that locked up. This is the exact result that Slush Filter needed. And Joker, unbelievably, dying twice at Blitz Clinch Cliff and still
no. He didn't die
through.
twice. He died 3 times there.
Three times. And still beats the 15-minute time limit by 11 seconds. Just crazy.
All right, So I propose a new category in Joker's honor at this point, where you have to die at the end of 3-1 3 times in a row, and then you have to complete the run and see what time you get.
Right, exactly. I mean, that in of itself is impressive.
Wow, unbelievable. Well, here it is, folks. Here's your picture from what we're seeing here. KB just monster times, man. Look at the consistency.
Yeah, so that's gonna put Heart Prestige with 3, Mighty Steiny with 4,
Joker with 5, Slush with 6, and then
right.
Knucklebuster with the lion's share at 12. But Slush will be moving on. Goes from a DNF to the top 16.
Unbelievable.
I have to commend,
by 1 point.
Yeah, I have to commend Slush really, really fast. Just to the fact of being able to go out there and having a really difficult first rate, just a hard time going through it, and that the cards aligned, for him, and then he was able to kind of dial things back in, and he ran a really good race. Just go out there and have fun with it. Ends up top 16, proving the fact that he belongs here and is truly worthy of that tier 2.
I just can't believe that result. I can't believe it. And they're 1 point apart. Had Joker died twice at Butt Clinch Cliff and taken, 4th place, we might have had. I mean, we have to. Then all of a sudden, now we have to count average race times. You know what I mean? This is just amazing job from Slush with those second 2 races, bringing it back and taking 2nd place going into round 2.
Agreed. I mean, overall, just the Massacre group, that whole thing was extremely exciting. KB with a truly dominant performance across the board here, but definitely showing, that he's come to play. Slush being able to gather himself. Joker just going for everything. Heart Prestige putting in the work and also kind of dialing things back in. And Mighty Steiny also in there as well throughout. Just consistently good. Just what a great all-around group from start to finish.
Yeah, that was just a great showing. I mean, I think it's echoed in chat. You can see it throughout that last race. Joker's not advancing to round 2, but absolutely put on an incredible show. And that was so much fun to watch. What an absolute legend and a great runner. GG's to all our participants in that. That was a great run to watch. And KB bringing out the swag as usual, as expected. Really, really fun group.
If anyone attempts Joker %, please hit me up. Let me know what your time is and if you're able to match what he just did here, because that's no joke. That's really ridiculously difficult to actually do, and also be able to pick yourself up from that one. But nonetheless, hey friends, keep it here. We got one more group. Our buddy Pensive Moose here heading up the Kelberos group, and just a group of wild cards in this one. Fab, we've had 3 wonderful groups. I expect Kelberos is going to deliver just the same. But let's go ahead and take a break. Let's go ahead and stretch, relax, hydrate, that sort of thing. And we'll see you guys here for more NRL action coming up soon. All right, friends, welcome back. Final group of the night, Group 4, Kelberos. Man, I gotta tell you, Fab,
I can turn it off, though.
I don't know how this is possible, but every single group has been so extremely hype. Like just every race, I've been on the edge of my seat here. Like I'm running out of room, and I'm just gonna be just standing and yelling at this point.
I feel it. I definitely, and you could tell that too when we were doing the draft reveal and we started looking at all the groups, and it was just over and over again. I was like, oh, I want to see that. Oh, I want to see that group. Oh, I want to see those runners together. You know, it's just every single group has been so hype. It's been awesome. It's really incredible. Big shout outs to all the runners. They are the skill and putting the work into this that makes it so fun to watch.
And man, just the unexpected just keeps happening. That's the crazy part about it. Like just so many things like you think are gonna happen, and just Ninja Gaiden delivering over and over again. And we got a whole other day of this tomorrow. That's the best part about it. Oh, so good, so good.
Indeed. Well, we got about 20 seconds until we kick off this first race.
All right, very good. Well, we'll be away here, but 3 more races to go this evening, folks. But again, come back here again tomorrow. But before then, Kelberos, the wild card group. And we're going to be getting started here momentarily. We'll introduce the runners as we go. But man, I'm so excited, Fab. Let's do this. Let's see how this one shakes out.
This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. Every single one of these runners is brand new to the NRL. There's no runners in this group from last year.
Oh wow, that's a nice thing too. Very good. And hey, we're away we go. Here we go. Thumb Brothers, about a few seconds behind. It looks like doing the full reset.
Pensive Moose missing the sign grab there, having to go low route.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. All right, so Act 1, here we go. And Fab, you've been doing a fantastic job kind of filling us in. Who do we got in our Tier 1 position here for Kelberos? I think that a lot of us who have been following this already know.
Yeah, this is so obviously Pensive Moose is our Tier 1 runner here. He's got a PB of 11:53, which came 3 months ago. So definitely a very, very fast runner, known for his extremely good mash. He's got a very fast mash.
Oh, I thought you were talking about PGH there for a second, because I mean he's known for his chainsaw mash too, no less.
He is too, and that's the interesting thing is these two. I mean, literally at the top, left and top center of your screen, those two guys are probably some of the fastest mashers in the business.
Agreed. I can say just from sheer numbers, not talking consistency or accuracy here, just sheer numbers at this point, that I can say that I think PGH, his mash is somewhere between 13 to 15 presses per second.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, Moose was just in Ninja Gaiden Discord this morning talking about what kind of mash it takes to get 5 hits on Jackio, etc. And I think he's right in that range as well.
Yeah, that's that's a few standard deviations away. Like they're just absolute freaks of nature when it comes down to the mash speed, though, and that's a fun skill. Speaking of PGH, let's hear some stats about him too.
So PGH, his last PB, he sub 12 about 11 months ago, got 11:59. And again, an extremely fast masher. I remember watching him when he first started playing this, and he was pulling off 2-cycle left side Jackio kills, which means, multiple rounds with 4 or 5 hits. Just absolutely incredible mash.
So one thing I want to call out real fast, Pensive Moose did take a death, it looks like, in 5-1. Because he's currently down 1 life here, and he was definitely in there at this point, so kind of curious to see. Now Pensive Moose was the first one to say that he doesn't really have a lot of race experience. He just kind of runs his game at this point. Kind of wonder if there are some nerves here that have built up throughout the night.
Yeah, it's possible. It's probably very difficult to go last. I can't imagine, this began almost 4 hours ago at this point, and they've had to wait this entire time and watch everybody else. I don't know if watching other runners and seeing how everybody else do is actually help some of that, or if that anticipation just builds and mounts the whole night.
Yeah, how about it? Hey, Bomberhead is down, and we're on to stage 3 at this point. So we talked about PGH. Who's our tier 3?
Our tier 3 is Fongers, a really fun runner to watch. He's got a 12:18 PB, did that about a month ago. And again, not a whole lot of race history on Racetime GG with any of these racers, and no prior NRL run, so we really don't know how, we don't have any precedent for how these runners race. We'll just have to see. Looks like Fonger's currently going for the double bird boost though, and he looks like he's about to hit it.
Oh, very close.
Commentator's curse on that.
Yeah,
Sorry, Fonger.
Hey, better on you than me this time.
They're gonna come after me now.
Oh, but getting the bumble tumble though, I mean, good God.
Good God.
Yeah, I don't even want to even try to emulate that. But man, it's Fongers is a trip to watch here. Glad that he's part of the NRL for sure, and glad that he's here. It looks like he ran on an Ninpo though, had to slash down Massacre.
He did. Pensive Moose ended up with the swag star somehow. I must have missed this, but he's having to do a low percent kill. This has just gone off the rails already. This is exactly what we expected from this group, though.
Yeah, this is the wild card, man. It's you guys will not be able to predict how this is going to play out, and I won't even pretend that I will be able to at this point. Looks like Pistachio Daddio took a death because he's sitting on one stack of lives. PJ's guitar guy took a death. Thumb Brothers now in stage 4. What the hell's going on, fam?
Yeah, he just took a death too. It's just the next in line.
Oh my gosh, it's just absolute chaos and bedlam. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Oh my goodness. All right, so we talked about Fongers and tier 4. Who's our tier 4?
Tier 4 is Pistachio Daddio, 1242 PB. That happened 5 months ago. Again, there's not a single race for him on Racetime GG that's been recorded. And then our tier 5 is Thumb Brothers with a 1326. That PB is unverified. It's not on speedrun.com yet because it happened not too long ago. And Thumb Brothers is literally, I can't count the number of PBs that have happened in the last week or two, but it's to the point he actually came out, I think, the other day and said, "Hey, I'm gonna hold off on posting all these because he just keeps having PBs. He just keeps working it lower." So nice. Good on NE. He is top of his game right now.
Yeah, and he's also on top of the bridge too, no less. I don't think he's stopping for anyone, for what it's worth. Anyway, moving on. Hey, 4-3 we got going on here, but a wonderful group of runners. Everyone has taken a death, as been called out here. Everyone's sitting on one life across the board. So depending whether or not they're listening to the broadcast, they may think to themselves, "Oh God, I'm in last. I'm doing so terrible." Like this is already gone off the rails the moment it started. So this is pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, it looks like, I guess, Fongers is out in front, Pensive Moose right behind him, and then PGH in third. And that's exactly the point I was just thinking of. I wonder how many of them are listening to the broadcast and know, because if they're not, they've all got to think they're behind right now, and that changes the way you run your race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. It depends what you have and if it's going to influence you, but more often than not, you just kind of just run your race because you can only control what you can control. Fongers tried to go for the manip there, but the Hammer Bro just wasn't having it.
Pensive Moose nailed it.
Doing a good job, though, keeping up with Pensive Moose, by the way. Again, Fongers hitting above his weight class here, tier 3, keeping up with the tier 1. Like, that's pretty great.
Indeed. This is just a really interesting group, a complete wild card group. This is really fun to watch.
Yeah, but here's the thing, don't even count out PGH. PGH is there, Thumb Brothers is cruising too, no less, and Pistachio Daddio about to go take care of Kelbaros at this point too. So I mean, it's anybody's race.
Yeah, Pensive Moose had a problem doing that first bird boost there. Ended up just having to contend with all the hammers and kind of got chewed up there. Looks like Fonger's still out in front. PGH not too far behind Pensive Moose at this point, maybe just a screen or screen and a half behind.
Oh, that was a nice little adjustment there. That PGH knew that he slashed a little bit later, jumped a little bit too far. He actually went back and grabbed the spin slash in a pretty fast fashion there. That was very nice. That's some experience there to have that dialed in like that.
Indeed.
Situational awareness and consistency. That's the biggest thing here. Fonger's getting out of that lemon drop there. Pensive Moose looking like he had to climb up the ladder, but I think
Pensive Moose taking the lead.
How about it? It's still anybody's race here as we go into 5-3. PGH also getting up there. Pistachio Daddy wrapping up 5-1. Thumb Brothers climbing up through 5-2.
It looks like Fonger's just having some issues there at the beginning of 5-3. His health is pretty low, and Moose is starting to really create distance.
The good thing is he spun there. He would have got donked by that hammer, and that would have been a boost right back. So good for him for going. The SP boost. The bird getting my lug. No. That one hurts. Also, Moose almost missing the ladder and getting thrown off the edge there. That's kind of a scary moment. There's a lot of jitters here in the first race. PGH Guitar Guy in second position now.
Yeah, that puts PGH behind Pensive Moose. Fonger's not too far, but about a screen and a half behind PGH, but Fonger's is going to be further than that because he's going to have to just Stanley slash down Malth, and that's a good 10 to 15 second loss just doing that.
All right, so Thumb Brothers here out of Ninpo grabs the backup that's there. And jumping through, he'll have it. Very good.
Oof, those cannons, PGH.
Yeah.
And Annie got the bad hammer, just not good. Bad RNG. This game.
Ninja Guy is just being an absolute bully to PGH at this point.
It is. This game can just chew you up.
So interesting to note, Fongers has 0 lives right now, but has to charge ahead to kind of maintain that pace. Kind of scary. I don't know if you want to take a death at the beginning of 6-3 and kind of go from there and hope for the best. Oh, Pensive Moose missing the clip on that edge jump there. Nice climbs though, very good.
Yeah, maybe he saved a little bit of time back from that clip. You got to jump right off the edge of that ledge there in order to make that clip properly, and you got to hold up as you do the transition. It's not free, that's for sure.
It's a lot tighter than you may think. If you watch runs and like you watch people, so for the record, if you just watch this and don't run this and you're like, oh yeah, I could do that. This looks really easy. This game is impossible. This game is horrible and terrible and just beats you up. But I recommend that everybody play it.
Join in our misery.
Look, commiseration is a wonderful thing, Fab. Look, this is not just a community; it's a support system.
That's right, because you need it. You need it. It's a baby game, but you need a support system.
That being said, here, Pensive Moose going in at the end of 6-3, and going through. He's got his Nimpo. We got PGH. Slash, he doesn't have his ride. No bird to work with on that one, but doing a good job. Going for the spicy pickle. Look at that boost. Oh, but he fell asleep there for a second, so it doesn't save the time, but nice and swaggy.
Yeah, well done there.
Oh, but tell you what, Fonger's catching up though, because he caught a lift off that bird. He's not out of this.
Yeah, if PGH has, and he grabs the swag star on the way in, he's gonna have to mash the clown nose, which again for PGH,
yeah.
not
he can mash, baby. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that, 2 jumps. Unbelievable. Wow.
It was, you know what? It was actually kind of intentional, just to show off more of the mash.
I don't mind watching. I don't mind watching it at all.
And
look at that. Jackio's half dead. One jump and Jackio's half dead. He missed a lot on that second round, though.
Pensive Moose being trolled here a little bit, but it does clutch it out. It looks like Pensive Moose going to be taking the victor on this one.
Looks like
Fongers.
Maybe a 12:35 for Pensive Moose. PGH getting hit by shrimp before the head even came down. He's got 2 shrimp hits already. I'd be cutting the tail.
Playing the hokey pokey, putting one leg out.
Goodness. This is risky. This is
really problem, PGH. No.
Wow.
Just like that, PGH from second to potentially last, depending on how this turns out. Fongers. Let's see.
I don't know if he's going to try to run it back. Yeah, he will. Looks like he will. He took a moment there.
You have to think about. I mean, that's
Fongers, look at Fongers' health.
No! Again,
my
the
God.
double! The double! We've had 2 demon deaths!
Unbelievable.
Are you kidding me? Look at Thumb Brothers now, looking at a potential second.
That's right. Oh, the shrimp are eating him up too. There you go. He's got it.
He's got it. He's got it. Thumb Brothers, the tier,
Wow.
was it tier 5 getting second? Let's go, Thumb Brothers. Let's freaking go.
Unbelievable. Yet again, the tier 5 runners.
The tier 5 heroes. Just round them all up.
That's right. Wow.
Unreal. All right, Pistachio Daddio looking to round out the podium.
Yeah,
Just got to make it through.
Third is real here. Oh, he's got to be careful. Nice.
So
There
this
it
is
is.
interesting that I don't think that PGH and Fongers can finish in 15 minutes. Do we give them both
Yeah, I don't-
DNFs here?
Yeah, they'll end up getting a 15-minute DNF and tying in that last place spot.
Yeah, that's a that is a shame there that worked out. But hey, Pistachio Daddio slashing down the tail. Oh my God, just a freaking shrimp explosion there. Hey, there
I'm
it is.
getting
Pistachio
word.
Daddio getting third.
Oh, Fongers just took a dunk.
And there's the game over on that one. And,
There it is.
Yeah.
We'll let them.
Wow. What a opener to this group. I told you it was a wild card. I told you, and it lived up to it in spades.
Oh, dead on. Absolutely dead on with that.
I mean, I need to calm down after that. Just shouting. Sorry for those out there, but I made sure to scoot back as I yell. Just at this one. Just oh my God. Good job, Defensive Moose. Oh my God.
Pensive Moose 12:35, Thumb Brothers 13:29, Pistachio Daddio 14:46, just under the wire for that third place.
Amazing. 14:46, and you
That's a big win for Pistachio Daddio. Had he been, 15 seconds slower, he ties for last with the other DNF runners.
So here's a real fun question, Fab. WT crap is going to happen with second for this round because we have tier 2 and tier 3 got buried. They get no points for this.
Right.
That's massive.
It is. It's huge. It's really gonna shake up this group already.
Yeah. I mean, Slush was able to battle back, so it's not impossible. But the stars have to align here. But Thumb and Pistachio just being like, hey. We're still here too, baby. We're here to play.
Now it's a race between tier 2 and 3 and tier 4 and 5.
Wow, this is something.
Unbelievable! What a race!
And
All right,
we got 2 more to go as well. So
I'm gonna kick off. We got about a minute remaining. I'm letting them know 60-second warning right now.
Very good. Yeah, you do your thing. Friends, we got 2 more races here. And again, just to reiterate once again, the NRL action does not stop this weekend. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 more groups, 20 more ninjas, 12 more races, all happening here on Seamless Link. NRL 2022. This first day has been absolutely cuckoo bananas, and I'm definitely here for it and loving it every single second of it, and glad that all of you are here to share and enjoy it with us here and to support these wonderful runners here putting on a wonderful show for us.
That's for sure. This has been an incredible show. Again, yet again another shout out to these runners. They're really putting on a show. It's been a lot of fun.
Okay. So, We are ready, waiting for that countdown to go through, and we're going to be kicking this second race off. Pensive Moose now probably settling in, feeling pretty good about taking that victory, even with kind of some skittish stuff here. PGH and Fongers now a little gun shy potentially after round one, but they clearly have the ability to play at an extremely high level. It all depends if Ninja Gaiden will let them play at that level.
Indeed. Ninja Gaiden has a way of dictating how you run this game. Speaking of, about 10 seconds remaining till we go.
Very good. They have the experience, though. I fully expect them to rebound and bounce back here, but who knows? Wild card, who knows?
This is that group. This is definitely that group. Anything could happen.
And away we go, Fab. Here we go.
Pensive Moose having some problems there with the Stooges, I think. I saw some backward boosts there.
So Act 1, honestly, like it's there's not really much going on with it, but to do it optimally is not automatic. Like there are a few things you kind of have to be conscious of and kind of work through, and you get a lot of time to work with it. Every reset you're going through stage 1, so it becomes really rote and mundane. But a lapse in concentration or that lazy Tyson and not adapting that, you can lose a couple of seconds. And as we've seen today, sometimes literal frames make the difference.
Yeah, and you can see all three top runners ended that screen with a 116 on the top board, which is the time. You see the in-game timer at the top of their screens. It says timer, so it's a good idea of how much time has lapsed between. And optimally, that stage you want to see a 119 on that timer at the end of the door there. They all ended with a 116, and two of them at least got, I think, a lazy Tyson, which was the reason for that. So when you go, I can tell you personally running. Oh wow, yeah, I didn't see how he died.
He died on the giddy up. He went on the right side and he fell off. So I'm not sure if he's a left side giddy up person or not, but like they just fell off. Yeah. He didn't attach up. And usually when you do the giddy up like that, like you're gonna hold right and jump right away. And if he just detached and fell off, like there's not really much you can do.
Yep. Yeah, he had problems with it again. It looked like when he came back up to it. As far as Act 1 goes, just it can be a big deal in races. It kind of sneaks up on you. You don't realize it because when you're doing PB runs, you're just resetting Act 1 until you get a good one. It's sort of automatic and you don't care. When you get a bad Act 1 in a race and you find yourself 4 to 6 seconds behind, just starting off, that can actually really mess with your mind as you go through the rest of the run.
PGH Guitar Guy not even getting the fire shield on that one and just does not miss a step. Gets all the slashes. Nicely done from PGH on that side.
Yeah, that is not an easy slash to that last part there. It's a pretty tight window, and takes some legit low percent skill to get through there without the fire shield.
Pistachio Daddy kind of low on Nimpo here at the end of 2-2, and he's gonna burn some of it.
Nice. Still makes it in with 5, which is good enough. You can't do the traditional bzz, but he'll go straight up and down.
Nice. Hey, nice job there from Pistachio.
Yep. Oh, by the way, Pistachio Daddy about 6 seconds stream delay, so he's 6 seconds behind here as far as the stream delay goes.
So he's actually ahead of Thumb Brothers and Fongers right now, technically, from what it looks like. So it looks like he's in the 3rd position, and we're looking at potentially Pensive Moose in 1st, PGH in 2nd.
All right, Pensive Moose moving on to 3-2. We'll see if he tries to go for the double bird boost here.
I appreciate the sync we have right now on stream between Fongers, Thumb Brothers, and Pistachio Daddy-O.
Interesting. Going for the double bird boost, Pensive was, but didn't get it. Got hit by that bird. And it's interesting that we've seen a lot of double bird boosts in here, being that people are choosing to do the Bumble Tumble, because that requires an extra bird hit, and that means you're going into Massacre pretty low on health. We saw that in the first round of races with X Christine was going into Massacre routinely with only a few hits of health left.
Look at this, Pistachio Daddy and Fongers Oh, Thumb Brothers taking the death.
He almost got boosted back by that bird. He was at the very, very bottom of the screen there.
Wow, dude, Fongers with 1 pip of health and finishing out Massacre. There's just so much going on that even I'm having a hard time keeping up with the action here, Fab.
It's all over the place. I think. Maybe,
PG's taking the death. The cat just coming for the hug. Wants to give him some love and just shoves him off the cliff.
Oh, the cats and the birds today.
Wow, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna put Pensive Moose in with a pretty good lead.
Yeah, as he's going into 4-2, but guess what? That opens the door for Fongers and Pistachio Daddio here.
Yep, it does. And remember, you know, the real outlier here was Thumb Brothers and Pistachio Daddio taking points over PGH and Fongers.
Yeah, they were the party crashers in race 1 on that one. Fongers and PGH left with the DNF thinking, okay, you know what? We got to pick up the pieces. We got to do it again. And, you know, it's PGH having some tough luck, Fongers having some tough luck, but having to come back from it. They're tier 2 and tier 3 for a reason. They definitely know the game and can come back, and I believe in them.
It looks like Fongers a slight lead over PGH. Just took a knockback, actually, so they might be almost in perfect sync. But Pistachio Daddio looks like second place at this point.
Oh, God. Fongers has 0 lives, by the way, and also had a really tough time with the Pickle Ninjas there, just trying to be extra friendly. My goodness gracious.
Really strange ending there for Fongers. Took the bird with him all the way to the end of the stage.
Yeah, I believe that Fongers actually dabbles with falconry, which is why he brings the bird along with him wherever he goes. No, I'm just lying. Fongers is a heck of, you know, it's weird. We have Fongers and PGH, both wonderful guitarists. You know, the battle of the shredders right here.
That's right. We've talked. I mean, there's been a lot of talk in the community about how many musicians are also speedrunners. There's got to be something to that. There's so many. We have drummers and we have guitarists. I mean, it's got to be at least 30% of these runners play some sort of musical instrument, which is just doesn't make any sense.
Shout out to Vigo the Carpathian. I mean, he's a drummer extraordinaire,
yeah.
Absolutely. So
the drum streams.
All right, so here we go. PGH starting stage 5. Fongers wrapping up Kelberos. And Pensive Moose here as well, going into 5-2.
Moose hitting 5-2 door at about 7 minutes even, which is definitely sub 12 pace.
Nice. Let's see how 5-1 treats Fongers and PGH. I've been watching them back to back here. Pistachio Daddio, though, no slouch. Gonna be getting into 5-2 at the bottom there. And Thumb Brothers making his way to Kelberos here with spin slash and toe.
Yeah, this is really good pace for Pistachio Daddio. I don't know what their pace looks like on their splits, but they're running a really good race right now.
Oh, very scary from Pensive Moose there. Very, very scary. Took the Janet boost, but got pushed backward, but surprisingly did not die.
Oh, getting chewed up by Tyson there. Getting low on health.
The up and over for Pistachio Daddio. Going into 5-3. PGH hot on his tail. Gets the Janet boost.
All right, Moose hits SP boost. Fongers making the transition into 5-3. PGH definitely trying to catch up with Pistachio Daddio.
Looking like Fongers was trying to go for the SP boost. Or sorry, Fongers was going to go for the Janet boost there, but just missed it.
PGH just took a hammer from that hammer bro. Didn't safety spin at the end of that
Fongers
stage.
taking the death there too! At the same exact pitfall. Are you kidding me? And that's a game over him. Wow. What is going on with this group?
I mean, but that's huge because that puts Pistachio Daddio that much further ahead. If he can go ahead and finish this out, he's only got 2 pips of health left, but As long as he can. Yep, just jump
There we
over
go.
them. He's good to go. That's huge.
Wow. This is just absolutely insane. Pensive Moose starting 6-1 on a heater of a pace. Malth down for Pistachio Daddio in second position. Thumb Brothers taking a death when trying to go for the lemon drop on that one. Fongers and PGH. PGH up at Malth. At this point, Fongers has to make the climb. They're both going to be slashing at the knees of Malth at this point. So PGH just clawing to try to stay on the podium of this one.
Yeah, yet again, it looks like we're going to have another battle for second.
Ooh, Pistachio Daddio getting bodied at the end here, just bullied by the bird.
Yeah, Moose just quietly making his way through this. This has been smooth sailing.
Well, apparently Pensive Moose took a death, but maybe was that in stage 2, I believe?
Right.
Since he's got 1 life he's sitting on right now.
Yeah, since then, though, I mean, this run is on pace.
Looks
Really
like
good
Thumb
run.
Brothers took a death as well at this point. Oh, yeah, the lemon drop, I believe, because he's down to 0 lives, no spin slash, and 5-3 is definitely not free. Nice jump there over the cat.
He's got to watch his health because that bird took away 3. He's only got 2 left here.
Oh,
Oh.
my gosh. He gave the
That's
gunner a
game
hug.
over. Oh. That's a hard cancel to do. You've got to cancel that guy right as you hit that platform. For those of you who are new watching this, a cancel is when you press down and slash at the same time. And the mechanic there is not only that it makes the sword a little bit more effective, but it also saves your Nimpo because it keeps you from using spin slash or whatever other weapon you might have, mainly spin slash.
So Thumb Brothers snowballing a little bit there on that one, unfortunately taking another death. You know, 5-3 without spin slash. Oof, very difficult. PGH taking a game over at the door, 6-2.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me? What is going on here? Fongers in Hell Hallway. Just all of this, the death and destruction and carnage and bones and blood everywhere. Just bodies of ninjas everywhere.
Wow.
This is an
I can't
absolute
believe it.
bloodbath.
And this is like the first race all over again. It's just all over the place.
Oh my God, what is going on here? Pistachio Daddio at the door right now. Pistachio gonna be getting a potential silver on this one. The tier 4 rising up.
We may have a tier 4 going to round 2.
Can you believe it? Oh my God,
only
Fongers
Ninja
though. Back on the podium. Pensive Moose. Taking down the demon, securing first once again.
Nicely done.
Nice mash there from Pistachio Daddio here on the left side. Oh, but getting caught up in those flames.
Whoa, Fongers is getting really chewed up on 6-3.
He has no health.
He's gonna have to make it. He's not
Oh,
gonna make it.
he got
There's no
touched.
way. Yeah.
Wow!
He only had two bips of health left.
Unbelievable. All right, Pistachio Daddio looking for second position.
Oh, he's just got to clutch it out. Nice.
What a nice slash on that shrimp there. That was
Yeah, that was
swaggy.
a great slash. Nicely done.
Oh my
Wow.
God. Dude, does not
Wow.
even get touched. Does not even get touched. He slashed that shrimp as a statement and they stayed away. Like,
Wow. He did. Hey, that's how the shrimp were scared. He did it.
oh my gosh, Pistachio Daddio getting the silver. The tier 4 shakeup.
Bonger's getting through Jackie-O. PGH on that last screen on his way in. He's caught up pretty quickly.
He has, absolutely. Fongers on the demon. Here we go. Shrimp being evil. Holy heck.
Wow. Yeah, he's got to cut the tail at this point. He's over halfway through with his health. Oh,
He's
he's
got
got one more hit left.
Oh my God. Wow, Fongers taking the death. No, demon. Just absolute evil.
Wow. So PGH has to close this out. He can't let this DNF. He has to beat the demon before 15 minutes to get these points. He needs.
This is for the podium. This is for the podium. This will be third place.
He took a shrimp hit there instead of the head hit. Nice.
Nice job, PGH on the podium for this one, rounding it out. Looks like we're going to have a DNF for Thumb Brothers and Fongers on this one, though, unfortunately. I can't believe that demon that Fongers had to deal with, though. That shrimp was just way out of hand. Wow, unbelievable. And we have hit the 15-minute mark, folks. So unfortunately, Thumb Brothers doing a great job in the first race here, but is going to take a DNF on this one. But we have look at this, Fab, real fast. Just 1 second. We've had double DNFs in both races at this point. Only 3 people have finished in each race. This game is just it's too hard. Absolutely too hard.
Indeed. This is that wild card group. This is kind of what we expected.
Wow. All right. So Pensive Moose, though, kind of locking in at this point, looking pretty good with the 2 first place finishes. Not without his own obstacles to kind of deal with at this point. But Pistachio Daddio now getting that second position after that. So 5 points to Pensive Moose's 8, and PGH Guitar Guy getting on the board with 2. It looks like at this point, and Thumb Brothers with 3.
Thumb Brothers with 3. That's right.
So we have to hope, or at least PGH has to hope, for a miracle on this one. This is pretty insane.
He needs a slush filter miracle, is what he needs.
It you know what? I would not be surprised if it happened here, but we're gonna have to see. I got a big shout out to Pistachio Daddio, just keeping it going at this point and persevering. It just shows again, consistency is key. Just sometimes you just have to finish, and that's sometimes enough at this. We could have a tier 4 moving on to top 16, and that would be unbelievable. Every single group has had a wonderful story or multiple stories behind it already. And this is just a halfway through. That's the cool part about it. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Okay, it looks like we lost Moose's stream for a minute. We're gonna have to get him back up and in there. Just having an internet problem.
All right. Well, as we resolve that, friends, thank you for hanging out for this one. We have one more race this evening, and that will wrap up our 4 groups to start off the NRL 2022 group stages in round 1. So tomorrow will be another 4 groups coming at you. Lots more races. We'll know tonight 8 of those 16 that get to move on. Right now, Pensive Moose in an excellent spot to be one of those 16, and Pistachio Daddio in the hunt for this and could possibly close this out, but has to finish this race and has to at least get some sort of points on the line because you can't count out PGH.
Yeah, I mean, if PGH takes first and Pistachio Daddio takes, I guess he'd have to take 3rd or 4th at that point, then he's got a shot. I mean, he's not out of the woods yet. This could definitely turn if we have another slush type miracle.
You know, Slush, again, I have to say, just through sheer grit and determination, and Joe Kerr just going in, you can't make this stuff up, Fab. You just have to see it happen and just kind of admire it and appreciate it for what it is. And I'm absolutely elated to be on this side of the booth to be able to watch all of this unfold.
I am too. I feel very lucky that I'm not racing tonight. This has been a really great night to watch.
Indeed. Yeah, so tomorrow, friends, so a little insight about what's coming up then. So obviously tonight we're wrapping up with Kelberos and our fifth boss that we're gonna have there. You're part of the Bloody Moth group, I believe, if memory serves, and it's you, Black Squall, and some other friends that are in there as well. You'll be kicking off tomorrow, so you don't have to be too antsy about it.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best position to be in, to be honest. I'm gonna warm up ahead of stream and get on there, get it done, and then I get to spend the rest of the night hanging out here and watching races.
It's been a great time, that's for sure. Okay, so let's get things sorted out here on our side and to get the race room ready. Let us know when the 60 seconds are away here, Fab.
Yeah, we actually we're about 10 seconds out. Everything got handled on the stream side. Internet's back up, and we are literally at 0 right now. So you should see on the screen them going within the next 5 seconds or so. There's a little bit of a delay, but we'll see it happen here in a minute.
All right, friends, get hype. Final race of the night. Here on NRL, wrapping up the Kelberos group. Here we go, friends. Let's see how this one plays out. The first two have just been a complete whirlwind. The second race was a bloodbath. There's no way to say. I don't even know how many deaths. I think that may have been the most deaths just collectively in a group stage race that we've had in NRL. I don't think we have the stats for that. Just I can feel it in my heart on that one, and that's good enough for me.
I think you may be right, and it would be worth going back to watch and look just to see if that was the case, because it definitely felt like it.
My goodness. So Fonger's now gonna be trying to run for pride as best as possible. How crazy would it be just Fonger just spoiling and winning this round and winning this race and just coming out on top on this one? You know what? It's been so crazy tonight. It's probably gonna happen.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's just the way this has been going. I think that's not out of the probabilities at all.
My goodness gracious. Anyway, that being said, stage one already in the books. Here we are into stage two. Pensive Moose. Nice little climbs there, by the way. Very crisp and clean. And here we are in the giddy up on the right side for Pensive Moose. And Thumb Brothers actually does not do the giddy up. It does a little hip hop flip off the ladder there.
He may have thought better of it after dying there on the last run.
Yeah, thinking about that one. Yeah, that's for sure. Speaking about, we got Pistachio Daddy getting through the bounce house. And we have most of our runners here wrapping up 2-1, going to 2-2. Here we go. Throwing out those swag stars, trying to make sure that you don't do the frame perfect death. That's a deep drop there from Pensive Moose. I think it's what took his life last time, going for the frame perfect death. But actually, I think just falling, just didn't attach properly before you hit the end there. Looks like we got a good amount of fire shields there. Pistachio Daddy giving a hug there to the soldier. Fonger's spinning and winning, doing a pretty good job there. Got plenty of info here to finish it up. Pensive Moose right there in the hunt as well. PGH Guitar Guy also in there, got the right amount of info here. Going to spin twice to the door. Bomberhead for 3 of our front runners there. Fong, PGH, and Pensive Moose. Pistachio Daddy, Thumb Brothers not too far behind, however.
Yeah, it looks like PGH and Pensive Moose are just absolutely synced at this point, and Fongers as well. They're all fading into 3-1 at the same time.
Tier 1 through 3 out in front potentially. Look at this. Thumb Brothers though and Pensive Moose, the fade-ins.
We all take down the... Oh, Fonger's having some difficulties with that mummy. And now has a bird hanging out. There you go, he clears it.
I told you, man, falconry.
Yeah, that bird just, maybe he feeds those birds and they come around, they like to hang around him. Leaving the crumbs out.
Oh man, here we go. So 3
Moose opting not to double bird boost here. Sorry to step on you there, Rich.
Yeah, no problem. No, saving the health, that's good. I'm just very curious to see how 3-2 the end will handle it. I just want to call this out really quick. That PGH guitar guy has been doing the Bumble Stumble. He just learned that. Like, he had not really even put it in practice. I think he learned it just this week. And
it is a relatively easy strat to do, but we have had people, there have been people who died using it. The Bumble Fumble is real. It is not free.
It happens. And oh, that was okay. So that was interesting. Thumb Brothers does like a little tap and crouch before he does that little stop and go on the safety cliff. And we got Pensive Moose and PGH basically synced up. Fongers and Pistachio Daddy are wrapping things up here too. Look at this. What a run!
Yeah, I think Pistachio Daddy also doing the safety cliff there, not doing the Bumble Tumble as well.
Oh wow! Okay, so Pensive Move's taking the low route there. PGH getting boosted backward by the bat, but able to hang on. And Fonger's closing the gap.
Great climb from Moose. Fongers with some climbs as well there.
He's got something to prove this time. That's for sure. This is for pride.
Yeah, they're all going at it here. PGH taking a nice boost up there. Same as Fongers. Everybody's boosting up.
These Hammer Bros can be a bit of a pain. A little boost there from Fongers up on the bridge. Burn some Nimpo here.
Uh-oh,
doubling
Fongers
back.
having trouble on the bridge.
Now the Pickle Ninjas, they jump on a cycle, so you actually can time it where you just kind of duck underneath them in the process here. But Pensive Moose PGH loading into 4-3. Fonger's not far behind. Pistachio Daddy in there as well.
Yeah, Fongers fell far enough behind on that stage that Pistachio Daddy has caught up to him almost.
I tell you what, Thumb Brothers also here in 4-3. Look, they're all in there, man. They're all just going in.
Yeah, and so far, I'm going to call it out. 0 deaths so far.
Better you than me. I'm saying nothing. I'm saying nothing.
If we can get through Act 4 without any deaths, then it's not my fault.
Yeah, yes, Fab. They're all playing a game. This is a factual statement. All right, that being said, Kelbraw's down for PGH and Pensive Moose. Fonger's coming in there. He's got a spin slash and takes him down. And Pistachio Daddy also there as well. Look at that. This is a great clean race.
Yeah, both Pensive Moose and PGH getting the manip there. That's fun to watch right there. PGH and Pensive Moose just almost completely in sync.
A little scary moment there where PGH had to kind of collect himself, and that's, again, anything's faster than dying, and he's getting bullied by some hammers here.
Yeah, that could be kind of destabilizing. I mean, when that happens normally in a run, you're like, oh, there goes my pace or whatnot. When that happens in a race, your heart rate shoots up. Oh my God, I almost died. You know, it can really destabilize you and pull you off your game if you're not watching it.
I'll tell you what, though, Fonger's having a very clean 5-1 and making up some significant ground there. All right, into 5-2. Thumb Brothers also wrapping up 5-1 here. Pistachio Daddy, I mean, they're still in the hunt. Oh, Pistachio Daddy, they're giving a hug. Pensive Moose, little flip-flop and drop and go. Nice job, and a very nice boost there. Very clean ending to 5-2 from Pensive Moose.
Oh, PGH having some issues there. Back and forth. Yeah. He makes it through, though.
Gets through. Let's see how Fongers handles it. Beautiful lemon drop there. Just closing the gap, but having some trouble with the climb afterward. Misses the boost, but that's okay. He's all right. He's still in there.
Yeah, PGH and Fongers both missing Janet boost.
Pistachio Daddy sizing it up, getting up there as well. Thumb Brothers going to be entering the last screen there. Pensive Moose into a very scary screen, but plenty of Nimpo to work with. Can spin and win through all of these.
It just like Ninja Gaiden, PGH last time went into that last stage, did not safety spin and died. This time chose to safety spin, and guess what? The Hammer Bro didn't throw the hammer. That, my friends, is Ninja Gaiden.
That's the Ninja Gaiden insurance policy. Just spin anyway, just to make sure. And Pensive Moose wrapping up Act 5. PGH on his way. Fonger's not far behind. And speaking of, Pistachio Daddy and Thumb Brothers also in tow here in 5-3. So I mean, everyone's been very, very close and competitive.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I mean, PGH looking right now like he's comfortably in second place. Fonger's in third. It's almost as if this is the sort of race we would have expected.
Yeah, based on how the tiering would be going at this point, but PGH needs more than just second. And he also needs some help here to kind of get pushed through.
Yeah, remember, for those of you who weren't here on the last, the end of the last screen, Pistachio Daddio currently with 5 points, Thumb Brothers with 3, and PGH with 2.
Pensive Moose, watch the climbs. Really crispy climb. The freaking Joe Kerr would be proud of that one.
Yeah, his climbs in 6-2 have been incredible. The last one that he did in the last race, too, is just spot on.
Just a thing of beauty overall. He's got the mash, he's got the climbs. No wonder he's up there. Just definitely a student of the game. That's for sure.
Oh, Thumb Brothers getting just absolutely brutalized in 6-1.
PGH wrapping up 6-2. And Pensive Moose climbing up and extending their lead on this side. Here we go on Fonger's side.
Pistachio Daddio taking a death from the bird there in 6-2. That's not a terribly costly death because it's right at the beginning of the stage. You get spawned right back where you were, but now no spin slash. So as far as time goes, not that big a loss, but now he's got to do Hell's Hallway low percent, and that's not the easiest ask.
Yeah, let's see how if he knows it. He's waiting, he's stopping, he's having problems spawning the money, ducks the bird. There we go, very nice. Oh, almost getting hit at the end there unexpectedly. This is what PGH needed. This is exactly what he needed.
Yep. Unbelievable. We might have another slush-like miracle happening here.
Yeah, but guess what? PGH also took a death. He no longer has spin slash here in 6-3.
You're right. I didn't see it. I didn't see where he went down there.
And Fongers right now, health is a major concern once again.
Yep. He should be able to spin his way through. Yep.
Pensive Moose.
Wow.
Taking it down. The perfect 12 once again for Pensive Moose. Well played.
Nicely done. Now this battle is PGH and Fongers. PGH needs to get this win over Fongers here. He needs that extra point.
Fongers clean mash hunting. Jackio, nice kill.
Good kill. Very good Jackio kill.
Jackio down for PGH. Coming to the demon. Here we go.
Wow. So Moose might have PB'd.
Are you serious? We may have had a raised PB. Also, Fongers killing the demon, slaying his demons at this point and getting second, it looks like. PGH also taking it down, rounding out the podium. Pistachio Daddio getting in the door there. Thumb Brothers in quick succession also there. Let's see how this wraps up.
Wow. Yeah, hearing that. So Moose's PB is 11:52, and his race time was 11:52.
What?
I don't know how the frame count's going to come out, but may have just race PB'd. Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. So Pistachio Daddio taking down Jackio. Pistachio Jackio taking down Daddio. It's been a long day, Fab.
It has.
Oh, but it's been a good one here. Thumb Brothers wrapping up on Jackio. Demon. Let's see what the Demon has to say for Pistachio Daddio. It's shrimp for days.
Wow.
Here we go. And now, no more shrimp. That's it. That's going to be it. That's got to be it.
He's got to have it.
He's got it. Pistachio Daddio closing it out.
Nicely done.
Does that mean, Fab, that even though that PGH did a Herculean effort throughout this, with Fongers getting second and with Pistachio Daddio getting fourth, I think the tier 4 has taken a top 16 spot.
I think you're right. I wanna see the numbers just to make sure, but it looks that way. I don't think that in fact I know that was not a big enough win for PGH. He's only one spot away from Pistachio Daddio there. That's not enough to take it away. I think we have a tier 4 runner going to round 2. Unbelievable.
This is the Cinderella story right here. This is I'm out of words. This is absolutely amazing. We'll see the final results screen once everything gets dialed in, but I from the top of the show to the bottom of it here at this point, literally everyone has played their heart out, put it all on the line here, and every single race has been super entertaining for one reason or another, and the stories have been great, and all the runners have done such a great job. And we're only halfway done, Fab. We have a whole other day tomorrow. More hype. I can't wait.
I can't believe when this stuff happens. I mean, this is something I love about putting on these races and these tournaments, is that, I mean, even before, we had like, I think it was 12 or even more runners PB just practicing for these races, and everybody's improving, everybody's getting better. We just Moose, there's no way that's not an 11:51, and that is an incredible time. I mean, he's a top tier runner with an 11:52 PB, and he PBs in a race. That's just unheard of. That's unbelievable. And then we have Pistachio Daddio, a tier 4 runner who's going to be going to round 2.
It's confirmed. Look at this.
I just can't believe it. This is so, I mean, that's unbelievable. I don't know what to say.
I love
amazing. That is
Shout out
awesome.
to Dakota and Pistachio Daddio for moving on the tier 4 and tier 5 magic into the top 16. I wonder if we're going to see this again tomorrow as well. The shakeup.
I hope so. Oh, I hope so. This has been a lot of fun. I did not expect half of this. This has been amazing.
Wow. And hey, I'm going to throw this out there really quick. Pensive Moose, if that 11:51 is accurate, I'm not sure if it is. Did he set the fastest time? Did he beat out Knucklebuster?
I think so. In fact, I know so. He said in the chat here, 11:52.33 was what he had on his splits, but that
he PB'd by 1 second.
He split after he hit the race time to finish that he was done. So there's no way that he split on time. It had to be an 11:51 because he turned around and hit done on race time GG before he hit his split.
Wow. Unbelievable. My goodness. It's if you were in chat, friends, if you were in chat and you hung out tonight and you set aside the time to spend your Saturday night here hanging out with us, I think it was well worth it. So much entertainment, so much hype, so much unexpected, just everything. Just every race delivered on so many levels. And again, I cannot echo this enough. Please support the runners that came out here and put on the show for us here. They're all wonderful people that you can go hang out with. And wow, I realize it's a lot of people, but just keep them in your mind and keep them in your hearts, and go check them out here. Just go say hi and say congratulations for the work that they put in NRL and the work that they put on here. This has just been absolutely insane, but there it is, friends. Pensive Moose, we got 3 perfect 12s tonight. Strong across the board. And then we got Pistachio Daddio, Dakota, tier 4 and 5 moving on. Spiker and the Slush Miracle, the DNF to qualifying on that one. Just, man, I don't even know, Fab.
Yeah, this is what I love about tournaments. This is what I love about these races. This stuff lasts forever. I mean, this is absolute race legend here. And we've seen like just so many cool things happen just so far. And this is just round one. And it's I don't know, it's just so exciting. This is why we do this. This is why we put on these tournaments. This is why this all got started to begin with. Just the community coming together and getting to do something fun like this and just seeing amazing things happen from such talented runners. I absolutely love it. This is why we do this. It is so exciting and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Absolutely, Fab. You said it so perfectly and so wonderfully. Friends, let's take a gander here at the groups. We've saw the top four. Tomorrow, the bottom four that we have down here, the Moth group, Masked Devil, Jacchio, the Demon. There's going to be a lot of incredible races that are yet to come at this point. Fab, and hey, I see a pretty familiar name there right in the beginning there under Black Squall. Hey, how about it?
That's right. That's right. We won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about that one. We'll just see how that goes tomorrow.
As we shall. Hopefully, Perfect Finn will be able to join us here tomorrow. Best wishes to him. He wasn't feeling too well tonight, so thank you to Pensive Moose for stepping in. Clearly, it didn't affect him. I mean, he played out of his mind tonight, man. He was awesome. Yep. What a great job! And thank you, Fab, for pulling double shifts here on this one and doing the race administration as well as the commentary alongside me.
Yeah, it was fun. This is a lot of fun, and I just can't wait for tomorrow. GG's to all our runners. Thank you for all the viewers for being here. This has been a great night. This has been a great night of racing.
And we have a great day of racing tomorrow, friends. Keep it here on Seamless Link, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow. The festivities kick off again. 4 more groups, 12 races, 20 people, 8 slots up for grabs for that top 16 weekend. That's happening next Saturday here as well, friends. But it's going to be a great time. I'm Retrophile TV. I appreciate you guys hanging out here with me and enjoying it. And Fabricator General, thank you so much for being here. An absolute pleasure, my friend. Hopefully you had a good night as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you for doing this commentary. You are an absolute legend in the commentary box, and I'm so glad that you do this for us. You really make these shows so good. And for those of you who have stuck through it and you're still here, we're going to be rating Steve Zero here in a minute.
Oh, Steve Zero, and he put on a nice show for us here to start the night as well. He did a Little Mermaid run at SGDQ that's well worth watching as well. But again, thank you, and also thanks to all the friends here that we have in the credits, the racers, the runners, the music. All the music has been really super hype, by the way. Absolutely love all the jams that we have, and I know people in chat have been loving it too. All right, friends, we're going to be rating over. Thank you very, very much. You have yourselves a good rest of your nights, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow for more NRL action right here.